Formal, you're muted.
It's another case. Hello.
Formal.
Hello. Yeah.
Formal.
Don't us. There's the one job that you have.
It's not like it's off an ad break. It's not like it's in between series. It is the first one of the day. There's zero excuses. You have to do a little check.
This is as bad as if you're a top 4 team and you couldn't even get through the open qualifiers.
Surely you just do a little check if everything formal, everything's in order. I'm looking good. I'm feeling good. And you've muted yourself. Let's start again.
Yeah. All right. Something about getting the blood pumping. Exciting theme song. That's what was being said. I have to admit, it's kind of got a little cold now. Hello, everybody. Welcome to another weekend of Oceanic Rocket League. Formal, Yummy, CJ, the trio here. I don't know how you recover from that start. I think it's all up in smoke now.
Yeah, let's not worry about it. Let's just talk about this weekend. CJ, you and me were taking over the show, and we've had some craziness around the world. Europe,
yes,
coming up.
A little bit of craziness, Yummy. A little bit of format diff, some might say, and a little bit here in OCE as well. Maybe on a lesser scale. We'll talk about that in a minute, but. Yeah,
Whoa! Let's not harsh on one of these OCE
on the Gremlins compared to K-Corp. Okay, sorry, my bad.
Well, CJ, it is the first topic on the docket right there. It's right
there. Question.
First one.
Let's just, production go down to the Gremlins. Question: Carmine Corp, where did they come in the first event of this split?
Top 8, 5 to 8.
And where did Gremlins come in the first event of this split?
Top 8, 5 to 8.
Directly equivalent.
All right, now let's
teams.
look at their total ranking points. Major victories won, stuff like that, and let's see if it's similar. No, look, a bit of craziness going on around the world. That was a long-winded one, but K-Corp, a massive surprise in EU. We had some other craziness since we last
South America
had a chat. South America has been wild. We saw Furia getting upset over there. We saw SSA, EU number 5 seed. Going really good in that region as well. APAC, Elevate cannot seem to... Elevate can. Gaming Gladiators can't seem to crack it. It's certainly the zombie poop shark, the poop, taking over from Tho, which is an interesting one as well. So some craziness around the world.
I was a bit disappointed as well by Sailing, like a classic APAC team there. The last hope of Boyo Royo and still not able to show up. Devastating.
I don't know. Seeing Boyo get disappointed is always kind of fun in my eyes, so I'm still kind of counting that as a win.
I think he's very disappointed at the moment for many reasons.
Yeah, that's true. It's the level of disappointment, right? There's other things. It'll turn around for him soon, but yeah.
So Formal, tell us about Gremlins, because they're meant to be your team. You're now all of a sudden glad that Fortress Global are here to get this going, because now you actually get to broadcast this weekend.
I will say this, all right? Gremlins... They're not the only team to have had a disappointing open qualifier, so we can focus on them and the fact that they didn't win a game on Sunday, which was a bit of a shocker. Kixie, very proud of himself. Good job. But there's other teams as well that didn't get through. Like Knick Knack was a team that probably should have got through.
Wow. That's so comparable. Formal.
This team
came fifth. This team came fifth in the last event, and then they got knocked out in the top 48. This is... a disastrous sort of thing. This is
also Knick Knack did make it through, so I'm not sure what you.
Am I looking at the wrong? I'm looking at the wrong.
You're looking at the wrong. He can't.
Everything is falling apart.
He can't. Oh,
Bad start. No, look, Gremlins is the big upset. Formal. Let's not try and get them away from. There's a reason why they are the title. It's not teams that were unlucky. It is Gremlins because they threw. Well, they didn't throw. The Kixie and the boys got the win over them. And top 48 is as good as they could do. Do you get anything for that? I don't think you get any points either.
Maybe
it's pretty rough. It's pretty rough. Anyway. I actually worry about the future of the roster after a result like that, because it's a team that's been so consistently in the top 8. There's only one regional left after this one. Do you stick together? Do you try and break it up last second for the last run, or how do you bounce back?
Well, there's not really any other options because everybody else has to stick together. So I wouldn't really change that roster. But obviously the majors off the cards, and in the end, I'm not super surprised. Of all the teams, they've been the ones kind of crashing the most recently, and
I feel like
I wasn't surprised. I was a little surprised, obviously, but I wasn't super surprised that they got knocked out. I was very surprised they got knocked out by Kixie.
and in the top 48 as well. Well, I mean, to give Gremlins credit, I feel like we always just talk about them like they're consistent. Like they're not consistent, but they're always around the top 8. You know what I mean? They're kind of 5 to 8. Yeah. They're pretty good at making it to Saturday to the quarterfinals. So this is really going against the narrative of that team. At least the narrative that I would always have about them. Wasn't really saying their peak was amazing, but they're always around the mark.
Well, that's just it, though. I think they were always a team that plays to their opponent's level, right? I think that's been a common criticism and a strength of them in the past. Like, they've had some great series against some of the top teams, especially last split, but it comes with the flip side of sometimes they play to their opponent's level in games that they should have been beating. So for me, I guess that's why it's the biggest, maybe not the biggest surprise, I should say, because they have struggled against other teams like that in the past, but still, it's a best of 5. There's still teams they should have been beating. I don't know. It's just disappointing all around.
Yeah, it's not like they lost to the quality of SAR or anything like that. You know, EU have quality all the way down, and we could hope the same for OCE, but it's obviously not the same.
Not quite.
Well, I actually want to talk about, I guess, in that little bit of depth though, because with teams like the Gremlins being knocked out, that means a new team is probably going to be taking its place. I mean, they have to be taking their place into the top 8, and there's a few lineups that are coming through that I'm very curious about. Not only your take on them, if they are like that next top 8 team, you know, teams like this EXO clan or like Composure, and then how do you sort of tier that because of how volatile this region is?
Well, you talk as if, you know, there was this locked top 8 that now finally the Gremlins have made way for someone to get in there, but really it's a wide open top 8. It always has been. But you make a good point. Who's going to be that next team? And well, we were talking about these first series coming up. Composure is certainly an interesting one. Looking at Hawk, former LAN teammate back at the DreamHack days with myself. That's great to see you along with Negative and Pagsy. So there are some lineups, Yummy, that you wouldn't be surprised at all if they do make that Saturday.
Yeah, Negative always makes a top 8 and often kind of being called that extra team that makes it in. As we all know, there's usually like 6 or 7 teams, especially in Swiss, that have to go through a tough bracket, and there's 1 or 2 that kind of find the better bracket. They either reverse sweep and they get the maybe easier matches on the way up. But I do think it's really hard to say at the moment who exactly can get into that top 8. You know, some of these players we haven't seen in ages because they've unretired, and some of them we haven't seen much at all yet and could be really good.
Some players as well that we, you know, spoke a lot of promise last season. I'm looking at you mentioned Knick-Knack before. I'm looking at my boy TK. You know, he's around. I was talking about him bursting into the top 8, maybe top 4s. And they're still sort of those teams that, you know, maybe could get in there, maybe couldn't. Like, I have no idea who's going to be there at the end of today, which is why you get excited for Fridays in OCE.
Gaming Gamers had a really incredibly depressing event last one, considering they have 3 coaches, have enough quality to get into a top 8. But, you know, I think last week we would have even expected it, but now they're kind of in that weird zone. In fact, a lot of these teams are, you know, maybe outside of, maybe anyone in below ground 0, I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't make top 8 or if they did.
Yeah, I feel like Ground Zero almost has kind of taken the Gremlin spot now as that benchmark team until proven otherwise of like what should be the cutoff of, you know, being competitive into that top 4 or not.
So can we be clear on, like, you know, you were talking before the show on a tier list. You know, you got Power kind of number 1. They're in their own tier. I feel like we then have Kib Gang, Pioneers, Chiefs as contenders for the major, straight up.
Yep.
And then maybe like Ground Zero, HSP, and maybe Fizz 6. Would you guys include Fizz 6 as people that I'd expect to come top 8? Because I got Ground Zero and HSP. You know, my boys in HSP are making top 8.
Your boyboys, they're always around, yes.
I kind of want to put
going to make top 8.
I kind of want to put Ground Zero above HSP. I feel like it's if we were going like
you have to
SAB. Well, that's but then they can't be in the same tier, like you said.
HSP beat Ground Zero last event, so let's you know, you can talk about who they've beaten, but also in a head-to-head matchup, they do have the upper hand.
I thought you meant like above, and that I should order them before, not in an entire tier above HSP. What did they? I guess they got a top 4, right? Once.
Yeah, they also beat Power.
And then got absolutely demolished by them in the next year in the best of 7. So, look, that's a
1-in-1 record. That's a 500%.
I don't know if it's a 1-in-1 record because it showed the Power having an off Friday, wasn't it? You know, they got the 6th seed and then they dominated after that. So, it's hard to say. Look, Formal, I'm not with you on that. I want to have HSP because he's my boy as well, Misty. And they got a nice win over Ground Zero. So I'm with you. I think
our boy, Misty.
Our boy. Sorry, our boy. You know, you got Power. I think you got the other 3. You know, you guys know who they are. And then, yeah, I think Ground Zero has to be the next team for mine, but with HSP right there. So, tier
so you're not including Fizz 6 as like your kind of expected top 8?
Wow, physics. I mean,
I think that's fair. You know?
I don't know. I think that there's other teams. If I'm looking at physics, I mean, I'm looking at other teams like your Composures and stuff like that. That's kind of still where I've got them.
Composure's unproven though, and like, when was the last time we saw Hawk actually make like a deep run?
It's good. It's a good question. He's got the potential though.
He had a top 8, top 11,
well, I'm sure he had a top 8.
I see the split.
Like, I see the potential in that lineup, don't get me wrong, but I don't want to put them above Fizz 6 yet, a team who actually has been getting consistent top 8.
He had a top 8. He had a top 8 with Long Red Cordial.
Yeah. I don't know.
I think this proves the point that our top 8 is not thank goodness Gremlins have left, so we've got a vacant spot. There is a lot of vacant spots in that top 8 if you want to take it. So that's why it's exciting. We show up who's going to perform on the day because there's a spot there if you want it. If you want it bad enough, you just got to want it more.
Well, speaking of teams that probably want it a bit more, I do want to start to look in a bit more detail into our very first match, which is going to be the 4th one you see on that screen. Ground Zero versus EXO is going to be coming at you. And again, not to keep piling on the Gremlins, but EXO was the first team to beat them. So the question I'm kind of proposing to you guys is, do you think they can also take down Ground Zero?
Well, I don't know if beating Gremlins is any sign, especially beating Gremlins last week, because they couldn't win a single game off anybody in that point, even in the lower bracket, even against a team that you would argue is weaker. But, you know, you got to kind of look at the actual players. Ground Zero have obviously got some proven members. Luna joining that, as we saw last event. Up against Exo Clan, less proven, less known players. You got to kind of put some doubts there. Though I will say, Inspire has been, you know, talked about a reasonable amount in Twitch chats around, so I'm looking forward to seeing him.
I think any team, when you got these sort of matchups, any team that has, albeit I did say wasn't the best of victories, any team that's beaten Power, regardless of how Power are playing, is a massive feather in your cap. You know, when you're looking at these sort of round 1, you know, Swiss top 16 matchups, I'm going to give the advantage to Ground Zero on that, just because of that win and a little bit more experience. You know, once you beat Power Formal, I think you get a bit of confidence, regardless of how they're playing, to take down teams like this.
Actually, too, like, I just think, you know, on a mechanics level as well, pound for pound, when we look at these two teams, I mean, you could argue that Ground Zero is right up there as one of the most mechy teams. The fact that, you know, 2 weeks ago we were saying Lunar might be the weakest mechanical player, and Lunar before was known as like the most mechanical player on some of the teams they were on. So it's like, yeah, I think on that skill basis, they are a cut above. And, you know, with an extra couple weeks to practice and hopefully be scrimming and hopefully getting ready, I think Ground Zero can go quite far. I'm actually, so I don't know. I feel like this should be very heavily favored for Ground Zero.
Well, I think that, you know, was it you, Form, that said Ground Zero, that team that sort of plays up or plays down depending on sort of their opponent?
That was what I said about Gremlins.
Okay, that was, well,
and they played down. They played right on down. So.
That has been proven. Wow, hey, you might be a bit of an absolute star on that. Look, we might have temporarily lost Yummy there, but you know, what's that? Who's to really care about that? One in chat if you care.
We're just borrowing from Power 2 weeks ago, all right? We're just having the rough Friday. You're still good, CJ, but
yeah. The show's going on. Look, you've let the team down. Yummy's computer's let the team down, and I'm absolutely flying, ladies and gents. So don't worry about that. But no, look, I think this matchup, you've got to give it to Ground Zero. I'm expecting them to win in 4. If this goes 5, I'd be stunned. But as you sort of said, I know it was about Gremlins, these sort of matchups do get a bit funny. You know, when you feel like there's a mechanical advantage, a skill advantage, one team sways the other way, you know, it tends to sort of even out somehow, and both teams kind of meet at a similar level.
We will see how that plays. I don't know. I haven't seen enough of EXO, to be quite honest, to like really stand by what you're saying as well. And I feel like Ground Zero maybe should be that higher. But what do you know? You're the one who plays, you know, the game a lot more than I do. Like, what do you know? Have you run into Inspired Jimmo Creed in your games? Have you seen what they're like?
Yeah, they're certainly prevalent, prominent in the ranked scene. It's just, I think that you've got to kind of look away from the ranked gameplay, and you got to look at, you know, pure facts, stats, RLCS history. And right now, you know, you look at Luna, he's got top 4s, I guess, or Laxon as well. And the prompts, you know, showing the potential. There's a reason why Ground Zero kind of stuck with him, picked him up at the start of the, you know, looking for an up-and-coming team for some youngsters. And I mean, you know, they were looking so impressive in Luna, so, yeah.
I mean, that is a direction we can go. All right, I'm going to propose a fun hypothetical for you real quick then, because you're the one who does all the EU stuff as well. If you had to, like, make GZ, which EU team is Ground Zero right now?
If I was to make Ground Zero from EU, you seriously going to just throw that on me without any thought?
Yep.
Oh, well, you just get a couple of young fellas. So I'm immediately looking for some up-and-coming French talent, albeit it's a bit of a thinner rank. It's a bit of a thinner market, the up-and-coming French talent than before. But then you get an experienced player. Look, who's your Luna? Who is your Luna? That's a good question. Maybe I'll just go with that. Who's the Luna of Europe? I'm probably going to go... I was going to say Relating Wave because he's in my head because I'm thinking the Top Cougars series, but he obviously, Luna doesn't have, you know, multiple lands, kind of an absolute goat. But, you know, I'm just thinking those players that have, Luna's never been the superstar on his team. He's never been the MVP. He's always sort of been the third man. You like thinking mechanically, he was never, you know, he always had your Laxons, and he's had more mechanical people than him. You know, it's like how former you said I was the best player on the team sometimes, and I appreciate that from you.
I'm pretty sure I always said it was Kami, actually.
Okay, awesome. Well, same with Kami. He was never individually the best player on the team, but as a threes player, he was kind of cooking. Look, it's the first series is underway anyway. You're asking me just silly questions. It's too early for it. I'm not thinking about it. You gave me no prep, and it looks like we've lost Yummy, so how about we cast this first series together?
Yeah, let's get into it. Ground Zero versus EXO, and that's going to be a fun little matchup. We will see if Ground Zero really deserves to still be that top team, or for EXO as some of the magic that helped them get over the top of the Gremlins. I mean, I don't even know which player I should be looking at when it comes to this EXO side, CJ. Inspire, Creed, Jimmo. I'm guessing Creed should be the pop-off player.
Yeah, Creed's the one that I've probably, you know, based on no statistical evidence, I feel like I've played him the most in ranks. I've got the most idea of how he's going and how he can play. So certainly plays to watch, but it's beautiful. A beautiful little chance for this side to, you know, put their name in the spotlight. And taking down Ground Zero, that'd be a massive first little scalp.
It would be a good take for them. And I think, you know, Ground Zero really is one of those teams that you'd be kind of hoping they get the hot start. I feel like, you know, this could be a very volatile team when it comes to, you know, the big M word, momentum, where they kind of need that stronger momentum to continue to perform. Here comes Lunar. Wanted the air bump dribble, not going to get it.
Yeah, couldn't quite get that one to work. I can see that Tin's in chat as well, talking about Inspire. So perhaps he is that player. Look, I back Tins. Tins has more knowledge on this stuff than anyone combined in the OCE bubble scene, so I'll always back him in. As that shot might be bottom corner almost. Laxon able to get that one away. It's Ground Zero. Looking pretty settled so far, but, you know, surprisingly for OCE, no early goals conceded.
One thing about Tins, though, you have to remember is he could be a bigger Lunar fan than even I could be. Speaking of Lunar, that was a fantastic save there. Just able to kind of stop that approach, but so far, EXO keeping up, I dare say. They've had a few dangerous offensive attacks right now, and I'm a little bit surprised that Ground Zero isn't really kind of running away with it. Okay, I guess Jimmo didn't want to make the save.
Yeah, he just got caught front post with no one back. I'm not sure actually what happened there. Where on earth? Okay, so Inspire third man. decided the net was not for him. He's just pushed out straight away, thinking perhaps a counter-attack was on, and that just left the team in all sorts. Front post can't deal with that one. First goal to ground zero.
Yep, it just comes from that first kind of crucial mistake, unfortunately, from the EXO side. So we'll see what happens here. Prompt off the roof. Won't get it past Inspire.
Oh, gee, I thought he was going to nail that one as soon as he got the reset. Great little save, though. There's a pass middle. Luna right there. Bang. Almost. It's Prompt. I'm going to back off, but ground zero, you can see their positioning form very aggressive, which shows they're pretty confident early.
Yeah, it is. It's good to see them playing that far forward, but they aren't being too aggressive, at least not yet. They're still keeping their third member relatively far back. Well placed by Prompt. 2-0 lead.
Yeah, this is starting to trend in a direction that is looking like a 3-0. I'll say that early. As Jimmo there, trying to get the pre-jump. Creed couldn't get there in time either, but ground zero pretty much starting to flex their muscles here on this EXO team. Great to see another org get a pick up as well. We love seeing more orgs in OCE, so nice little pick up from EXO. Shout out to them, but so far they're not going to be too happy. Ground zero looking really good.
Yeah, I mean, it is cool to see, and from what I've read, too, like, EXO is an Australian-founded org, despite having, a lot of other international teams, but it's still just good to see more orgs, more involvement in the oceanic scene. I was a little bit surprised, though, to see that this was the roster picked up. I would have thought it would have been the Gremlins, but then they beat the Gremlins, CJ, so, there you go.
You're just looking for a little pay packet on those team streams. See if the Gremlins can get picked up. I see what you're doing there. But no, I agree. Look, there's possibly some other teams. Perhaps, though, they had that 2020 vision to know that a top 48 was inbound from the Gremlins. But for now, it's not going too well, especially with the reset from Laxon almost. There's been 2 reset crossbars from ground zero. They still got the 2-goal lead. They're trying to make it one more. Can Luna get it in? Just more pressure. They're pretty happy to keep this ball in the orange half.
Yeah, I mean, since the first minute and a half, we really haven't seen too much from the EXO side. Good 50 right there. Might be able to create something. Jimmo, though, doesn't have the boost to stay with it and Inspire again. Maybe a little bit too far forward for the quick read. Prompt immediately in that corner. Might not get a read, but again, it's just showing how ground zero is willing to play so far forward and kind of just challenge every defensive touch.
Yeah, just keeping the ball in. That's the name of the game right now for ground zero. You can see so many challenges in this offensive half. They're not looking to back off once. Even Prompt here with low boost trying to get in. This could be the first chance, little counter-attack, though. Luna pre-jumps does well. Still has boost. Leaves it for Prompt, who leaves it for Luna, who leaves it for Laxon. Luna now, no boost, pops it downfield. Well, the best touch, I just love to see if EXO could get some more control when they do have time. You can just see they're not quite getting the touches that they'd like. Opting to clear the ball instead of look for that pass as the bumps are coming through. Can Prompt get the angle? He's going near post. He's beaten 2. He's got a reset. He's not getting the ball any closer to the net. With 40 seconds left, it's been a pretty convincing game one.
Yeah, it really has been. There were a few moments of brilliance from EXO at the start, but realistically, ground zero, they just, outside of, the passes to nobody, they really haven't made too many out-of-step motions, movements. Back into game 2, I suppose. Where does EXO kind of go from here? Like, how do they refine that confidence, I guess, to get some more of those upfield plays like we saw at the very start?
I think they need to stop panicking. They've got a lot more time than they realize, and you just see time and time again in this game, at least, they're just not looking to link up. There we go. That's better. Little 3-man play, but this often happens in OCE, doesn't it? When the pressure's off, then you see a team starting to perform and the game's all over. But ground zero, really, really impressive start here from them. EXO would love to see a little bit more control out of that back half. They're just clearing the ball, giving ground zero so much time to work it back up. They can really get more involved as a Rule 1 ends game number 1. Ground zero, clean sheet, very, very comfortable start.
They just looked completely settled, it felt like, from the word go in this one. And unfortunately, as soon as those goals started coming in for EXO, started to see a few little slip-ups right there. They had 3 shots early, got 2 shots at the end when the game was out of reach. It was just sort of that mid-game where they struggled, and it was the middle of the field, TJ, where I never saw them as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of city net type of operations going on, and give credit to ground zero, Luna as well. Yummy calling him Mr. Top 500 Mechanics in OCE. So that's probably not the title that you'd love, but top 500 does mean you could be top 1 as well. It's just a couple of defensive mistakes. They're looking to push forward when they shouldn't be looking to push forward, and then other times they don't have that follow-up. So love to see EXO warm up into this series, get a little bit more in sync. They're kind of a bit haphazard at the moment, structurally.
Yeah, it has been a little messy, but fortunately for them, that is why You know, you've got the series, they'll have times to bounce back, but against this Ground Zero team, especially, even though they didn't really hit any of those big plays, CJ, I feel like Prompt's mechanics are starting to come through. We saw that with the sort of double reset that pushed the ball into the corner towards the tail end of the game. If Prompt starts connecting on those sort of setup shots and goals, that's when this Ground Zero team actually elevates to being, you know, a top 8 team to a top 4+ team. Yeah,
that's the team that we were looking at going, gee whiz, when they took down Power and really put their name up in the spotlight when they're really on. But that is kind of their win condition, I agree, especially against those top teams. You have to be so good mechanically, and not just that, but you know, not giving the ball away for free, making good decisions as well. Ground Zero, they certainly have it. We saw it in the last event, Open Qualifier number 4, and so far they're showing it again here. It looks like they've, you know, gone on with it, taken that that confidence from that first event or the last one, and improve from there.
Yeah, we'll see how they can play it through. And again, if you are that Ground Zero fan, it is important that they kind of do get the 3-0s in these series like this as well, when you look at sort of the future of the Swiss stage as well. And kind of the name of the game is avoid the half of the bracket that Power is in. The best way to do that is to go, you know, 3-0 every single time, so you're never that lowest seed. At the moment, they did take game 1. I'd like to see them kind of continue to attack with that same pressure. 3 EXO players on the backboard there, CJ, and they're just not able to get any field priority whatsoever.
Yep, they're looking wobbly. I'll say that. One of my favorite terms to use. These are Laxon with the reset, top corner. Again, there's a lot of mechanical plays coming through from Ground Zero. They're not quite on target at the moment. More pressure. Laxon up again, opting to catch, opting to go one more with the pinch as well. Where's the shot? Can Prompt get in there? He's popping around. I mean, they're just playing with their food right now. Look at this. Where's the finish? Anyone? There it is. Laxon just dunks it in. Ground Zero are just, they're on another level than this team right now.
Yeah, they really are, like, coming through. Another good shot with Laxon on the crossover with Creed as we do go into that. So Ground Zero continuing to pull further ahead with this one. 3 unanswered goals to start off this series. Still waiting to see EXO kind of show us signs of life again, like what we saw at the start. But again, I'm watching this team and I'm just thinking, okay, they went through in the upper bracket, right? So they've won some big matches before. Where was the fire that kind of got them through in that top half?
Did they play a team like Ground Zero, though? That's the question, you know. We're looking at Ground Zero as probably the 5th best team in the region, looking at those power rankings. Just that team just outside the top 4, taking out Power, and this might just show the gap formal between that sort of top 6 to the rest of the region.
Yeah, it might be the case. I don't know. Like, how much weight do you put on a team called Nothing Better to Do, I guess? Because that was the team who they beat to kind of get through. So maybe that does say a lot about who they were coming through. But at that same token, I don't know. I feel like there's got to see a bit more from these guys instead of just them always sitting back on defense.
It's hard to get out of net when you're getting outclassed, and that's what it is right now. Look at Laxon even getting more demos, boost control. That's a nice little dribble from Krieg. But again, he's got the demo, but they don't get that corner boost. So there's no sustained offense. You can see all of Ground Zero with 100 to work it out. So even those little decisions, going for bumps over perhaps stealing some boost. Little double commit from Ground Zero. Here's a first attack coming through. Infield pass, that's nice. A little bit slow on the shot. There was Jimmo, and first attack of the series coming through, but they have lost pressure again.
Yeah, not since the very, very start, like that opening kickoff, have we seen EXO get some shots in, but good to see them still stay somewhat competitive. Creed actually with the chance right here with Inspire underneath, but it's a good play from Lunar to push it back the other way, and you can see Laxon's already there. Prompt, although was in the box, just ready in case that ball dropped down. I mean, Ground Zero, they're playing so opportunistically right now, and eventually you feel like it's going to crack again. A double reset, but Prompt can't put it straight.
Oh my God, he still might be a goalie. Lunar's trying to fake everyone. That would have been absolutely disgusting, and that's why Prompt is so highly talked about as an up-and-coming player. Goodness me, he just whips out the triple out of nowhere. Is that an open net? It's got to be one back out of nowhere. Ground Zero just took their foot off the gas a little bit. You can see it. Laxon going back prime. Two members of Ground Zero looking for boost. Wide open shot for Jimmo.
That was wide open for the taking. So we're now looking again. 1-all game. EXO trying to fight back in this one as Inspire. Kickoff kind of threw it straight into Lunar. His Lunar look to respond in kind. Good 50 by Creed, though, and maybe EXO can create something here.
How quickly things can change. Luna has to go. Does get a huge touch. 100 boost for him as well. More pressure, though, and Inspire winning that, albeit with 0 boost. Ground Zero a little bit low in the tank. And how quickly things can change. If you just get a little bit of goal, confidence booster, and also can worry out the other side. Jimmo looking to catch it, but again, there's those little touches. He's done well to get the 50, but they're still handing up possession so easily around this end of the pitch. Goes downfield. Laxton has to go, controlling. Jimmo, there's the speed. That's better from Exo. Keeping this ball in the blue half.
See if they can hold it there. Lunar, though, is going to start to bring it back up that other way. Creed gets bumped off the play. Jimmo still waiting. Prompt. Full moon of boost. Still can't challenge Jimmo and Exo. They're increasing the pace. The dunk, though, not quite where it needed to be. Inspire won't get a chance.
Still in boost, though, as Prompt's going to look upfield. Oh, Inspire's just completely missed. What a save from Jimmo. Almost let them straight back in there, did Exo. As Creed's got to go. Laxton's got the beat. Inspire trying to dribble this one out. Goodness me, I was thinking that was Kia in Season 4. Dribbling out of net. Jimmo keeping that ball in this net. That's nice. Fakes the reset. Goes low. Oh, they're in all sorts. Has to be a goal. How on earth has Inspire not hit that ball? Should be 2-1. 17 seconds left. Should be nearly a tight series as well. Exo trying to keep this ball in. Oh, goodness me, Formal.
It was so close, and it could have been a big win to turn the tempo of this series around. Instead, we're knocking on the door of an overtime unless Prompt, nope, not even going to get the chance. Inspire drives it down the other way. Laxton will keep it alive, so Ground Zero thinks they might be able to cook up something here. In fact, it's open. Laxton, no! Inspire from behind.
He just couldn't keep that ball up, and then it can. Ground Zero, they almost got away with that one on 0, but Exo would have well and truly tied this series. They're looking a lot better now. Exo looking to link up, but there's the finishing touch. The polish is not quite there for now.
Right at the moment, as Laxton will take it forward, Creed's going to get demoed. Inspire looking to chase it back. Prompt, side wall, but no booster really followed up. Has to use it all just for that delicate touch. This is a good setup, perhaps for Exo. Can't do enough with it, at least not yet. Bump has set up Creed for a shot. Prompt underneath, won't be able to get in play. Jimmo with a chance, no, denied.
Ground Zero there, they're looking stressed. The pressure's getting to them. Laxton has to clear it, but again, there's no link-up play at all now from Ground Zero. That beat will work out for Luna downfield. There we go, over to Laxton, but doesn't quite get the land. Inspires there. Jimmo goes up straight away, has no one challenging him. Hands that ball up straight to Luna. Let's click that mid-boost. Again, Ground Zero, this can happen so quick for me. You know, you can see the goal and all of a sudden you question everything. All the confidence goes out the door. There's a nice demo though. Creed has to catch this one. Much better from Exo in defense.
Much better for the time being, but then they triple commit, CJ! Lunar follows it up, and that's going to be the 2-1 win.
It's probably a caster curse. That one might be on me. Look at this. They're all in the exact same spot. The positioning just goes out the door. It's game on all over again. They probably should have won that, but they don't. 2-0 to Ground Zero. Perhaps getting away with that one quite luckily. But Exo, too many of those mistakes. They're going to cost you.
Yeah, it just didn't really come together for them, unfortunately. And now they're in that reverse position, which always makes things a lot more difficult. Also, look who's back!
Sorry about that.
Eddie, what?
Let's just say that my computer's getting old and may need some immediate replacement at some point, because that's a big crash. But now we got the real smart guys in, right? I shouldn't say that because Formal was very nice to jump in and help out while I was going.
I'm just glad you're back.
Yeah,
just glad you're back.
We didn't want to miss him. But yeah, I mean, if you take a look at this series, what are your thoughts? Because for mine, Ground Zero, so much confidence. Exo looking terrible. Exo get a goal. Ground Zero go, oh, I'm scared now, and nearly through the game.
You're right. Maybe even a little overconfidence at times from Ground Zero. We don't normally see them play as aggressively as we have here, and it cost them that goal. It almost cost them another goal the other way, but in the end, they held out long enough. That was a dicey moment.
How did Luna touch that? And I don't know. How did that not score?
He's upgrading He's now top 499 OCE mechanics at this rate.
You are his least fan.
Hey, I did the Ground Zero broadcast last week, so normally you're meant to say that I'm biased.
But you would go, oh, I don't want to sound like I'm biased, so I'm going to go so far the other way. So there's no way that anyone can think I'm biased. Double touch, bang! Prompt! get formal out of here because the mech's on display now. Laxon pops it up and Prompt just goes whack. It's a free play double off the kickoff. 6 seconds in, Yummy. That's better from ground zero.
That's my team, loud and proud, Jeezy peasy and all that. Yes! Great stuff from Prompt to start off game 3. We saw a couple of opportunities earlier on that he almost got with some flip resets. He's nailed it already.
I still think he can. Our region are just... We need... I think we need psychologists, everyone on there. I just feel like ground zero... You just think... I mean, the difference, when they conceded that goal in the last game, they just completely went into their shells. They lost their synergy. They're like, oh, goodness, maybe we can lose this, and they went the other way. And then straight away off the bat, oh, that was almost the goal coming through. Can Creed angle it? No. Just play with confidence. I don't know how we just lose it. We can play so differently, game to game, moment to moment. It's always been an OCE trait.
I mean, Power, they have Jimmer, who's meant to be very, mental focused. But even they last week played completely different compared to if they were in the lead or if they were behind. So you make a very good point. Maybe just need to get more of a standard play. There we go from EXO. Inspire getting on the board.
It's just a poor clear. I know there's no boost coming through from Prompt, but Luna should have had the wherewithal, just the know-how to take it off him, and there was no real immediate threat. I know that it ended up, it's gone straight into the net, but this just coughing up easy goals both sides this series.
I also just want to say I'm very proud of you, CJ, because you finally called it our region. Like you're part of this again.
Here we go. It's always our region, but like I don't. When I say we're not doing well, I don't want to say. I want to put myself in there because as a successful former player. I don't need to say that. Look at this! I wouldn't have whiffed that, Yummy. I mean, come on. How on earth are we giving up this sort of a goal? It's off the corner. Prompt goes up, and Prompt completely whiffs it. He had to make a quick read, but I expect more from him if he's hitting triple resets down the other end.
Now, let's set the facts straight. CJ would have missed that, but Prompt should be better. He's a young mechanical player.
Yes.
He's been in that scenario a million billion times. You need to be catching that one.
And one more. How about one more? And it's a beautiful little touch. It's a beautiful assist coming through. It started with Inspire here. Look, he just goes the fake backboard touch, forces 2 to commit. Luna's in no man's land again. All of a sudden, they've scored triple the amount of goals they have over the course of this series. And what has happened at ground zero?
There's a real inspired goal coming out from EXO Clan. And actually, Inspire he did do very well there because he was getting bumped on his way up and he still manages to recover to get around to that.
What a bump from Luna. If this is a goal, this is all him. Triple could be coming through. Nice save. Prompt's just Prompt! Again, I just don't understand this region. You can hit triple resets, but simple positioning basics. Where is that man going? He's just been dusted by Creed. 4 on the board for EXO, and it is just danger signs are going off everywhere on the side of ground zero.
A bad showing, and it really tells because CJ's once again gone back to saying this region rather than our region when things go poorly. And it's gone very, very poorly for a team that should be the guaranteed top 8, should be cleaning through, and as Formal said, needs to be going 3-0 to avoid some of the early terrible matchups that you can get. Last event was a massive sign as Laxon puts one in, and we only are halfway through. The massive sign that even dropping one game can really harsh your vibes throughout the rest of the bracket.
Yeah, again, it's mental diff in the game, and outside of it, you get stuffed by the format and the bracket. But I mean, I'll say this region instead of our region until they beat. Who else has beaten Furia? You tell me. Who's beaten Furia? You know what?
Renegades did before you, but that was also, what were they called at the time? They were called Furia.
Sorry, did they beat Furia?
I guess they didn't beat Furia.
Thank you very much. Laxon gets one back off the kickoff. It's lovely off the ceiling into the top corner. And there's still 2 minutes 30 left, Yummy, believe it or not. It's 7 goals.
Well, I'd kind of counted them out for a second there, and all of a sudden, it looks very clean again once more for ground zero. Half the match, 2 goals. Nice kickoff to get them back into it, and it's up to EXO Clan to just brush themselves back. I really love their passing game, though. In the midfield, they spread out as you see there, and they're looking for each other. It's worked quite well so far. Someone's very, very dicey. I don't know what Creed's doing, but it's worked. No, it hasn't.
And Jimmo just clears it. He's sick of that play. He doesn't want to see it again. Laxton now with the ball, almost from Exo. Could have been 5 on the board. Again, that pass play you talk about has been phenomenal, but they're about to give up a goal because this is an open net. And there you go, 4-1 up. And it's 4-4 in the matter of a minute and 10 seconds. Gee whiz. I mean, Exo, again, there's never been a question, Yami, about OCE's offense. Sorry, our offense. But
excellent.
Our defense has never been good. And this is a showcase here.
Yeah, T-Bates always says defense is the easiest thing to do in Rocket League. And I'll be honest, I never believed that because I've been watching OCE all this time. It can't be that easy. They've made a meal of that one. A lot of panic central. Maybe again the psychologist needs to come into play, because the most important thing you can do in defense is not panic, not overcommit, not rush yourself, because once 2 people commit, it's really easy to find an opening.
And how many times has there been one shot on Exo's net, double commit, triple commit, trying to get the save, just not trusting each other. And that's step number 1 of Rocket League. Trust each other.
There's also maybe a little bit of the mechanics there at play.
Wait.
Yeah, it's in. It was a stretch and a half. Both posts, and finally a finisher.
Yeah, 4 goals in the matter of 2 minutes from round 0. Just when you thought, hang on a minute, have they completely bottled this? No. Boy, oh boy, did Exo go, we can do that even better. And really put the cue in the rack at 4-1 up, defensively and offensively. Which is disappointing to see from them, but a testament to ground 0. We have to give them a little bit of credit, Yummy. Scoring 4 goals in the matter of moments, almost one back. Again, the pass plays are fantastic from Exo. The way they link up looks like defensively they should have no issues, but it's not been the case.
It was one of the cleanest pre-flip kind of into dribble catches I've ever seen out from Inspire. Unfortunately, ran low on boosters, couldn't finish it off. They're still testing that backboard. And anytime that somebody from ground 0 hits the ball anywhere near the backboard, there, of course, is going to be an Exo member diving frivolously towards it. Yeah,
again, it's just panic. They need to recognise where the threat is and when it is a threatening situation. Right now, they think every situation is threatening. As we do see, there's hang on a minute. Almost one back. Luna 0 boost. This is the last chance here for Exo. I was going to say tournament lives on the line, but it's only round 1 of Swiss. Spy keeps it up, though, with 60 boost. Gets the pop. Laxton with the pre-jump. Beats him over the top, but Prompt is there, and he's looking for the ground. He will get it down. Ground 0 with a comfortable enough of a sweep.
Yeah, a sweep. It was a sweep. Exo Clan may have... they may need a psychologist, CJ, for multiple reasons. With them throwing away that game, not so ideal, but it was really the first showing for Jimmo and Inspire here on stream. Yep. And often we've seen with players for the first time on stream, that's when you're most nervous.
100%. It's certainly different, We talk about scrims, how easy it is in scrims. I was a scrimmy for a reason. It's so easy to play well when there's no pressure, but as soon as your name's in the spotlight, you see, look at all these people in the lobby, look at all these spectators, you got the stream, people are talking about you, analysing your gameplay, that I'm picking it apart as well. That's got to be tilting. So certainly a bit of pressure built up, but formally in the end, ground 0, a strong comeback in game 3, but overall, they did look just too good.
I think even in that comeback, though, they never looked, I guess, out of sorts, right? Because they were still putting up the points. It was just their defense had some holes in it, which is something I think we'll come to expect perhaps from this team moving forwards. But to kind of go back to Yummy's point, they do have Panzer as their coach, Exo Clan. And that is a player with experience. So I feel like, as long as they're listening to their coach, as long as they're kind of building off of this experience, it could be a team that has the potential to grow. Unfortunately, there's only one more regional left after this, so it's got to be some quick growth, but overall, they can only improve from here, right?
Unfortunately, having a coach of experience and actually experiencing it itself is too different. So Panzer can get them, a little bit of idea what to expect and keep them calm, but in the end, you have to experience it. They've done it now. They've had their stream match. Hopefully we see them again on stream, those two, and we've already seen Creed on RLCS stream before. And we see a much better, more robust defense at least, and a lot less panic coming out from them.
Yeah, I mean, I would hope so. I would hope to see that for sure. Obviously, some easier opponents, I believe, in the future as well. That said, we are going to be going to our break now. When we come back, it will be round 2, so we're just going to keep on going up. 2 more 1-0 teams will be going at it when we return.
like keep you got me twisted. Freak of the week like keep you got me twist. Freak of the week like keep you got me twisted. Freak of the week like keep you got me twist. Yeah. Freak of the week like 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 freak of the 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 week like keep you got me twist. Freak of the week. You got me twisted. The week like keep you got me twisted. Freak of the week like keep you got me twist. Freak of the week like keep you got me twisted. Freak of the week like keep you got me twist. Yeah. Freak of the week like 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 freak of the 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 week like keep you got me twist. Freak of the week. You got me twisted. Got me extra, 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 extra.
but it has instinct and a ferocious desire to survive and reproduce. Their antennae detect moving water, so the roach keeps its antennae clean. They're small and can fit into cracks and crevices. Roaches have great peripheral vision. Come on. But it has instinct and a ferocious desire to survive and reproduce. Their antennae detect food and water, so the roast keeps its antennae clean. They're small.
Thank you all for waiting. We apologize for the long wait, but you know what? We've fired the guy who chose matches before CJ. We've decided to take it on ourselves. That's why we're going to be watching Chiefs versus HSP this round.
Yeah, no, a welcome addition. I mean, it's a you could say it's a straight swap, but it's a damn right upgrade getting in Morky here over Formal. There's no other way to put it. So welcome to the show. Morky, good to have you here. Thank you,
appreciate that, but no, definitely can't replace Formal.
Well, your mic's not muted, so it's already
great start.
Great start here. Morgy on screen. First round, of course, just finished up their last matchup. We had a couple of round fives. Fizz 6 taking down Pioneers. Sorry, not down Pioneers. Down Knick-Knack in Game 5. And Gaming Gamers up against Jin G in Game 5. So those are the close round matchups, but also the matchups that get you the likes of Pioneers and Power in round 2.
Not a single upset either if you're looking at pure seeding. The top 8 seeds all getting their way through. Obviously, Power had the forfeit. But, I mean, we were having a look at the reason why this round 2 is delayed a little bit. Gaming Gamers taking their sweet time to win that one in round 5. But, Morgy, I really think that having 3 coaches, an 8-man roster, a sub, a psychologist, got the job done because they were a goal down in Game 5. But they just came back. They had, each coach gave a point each.
I think that's why it took them so long to start the game. Had to get everyone in.
Slow build up. Every coach needs to get their word in, Morgy. But I think, it's great to see Gaming Gamers back in business with that massive roster.
Yeah, I think it works well. One coach to one player. If someone's struggling mentally, if someone's struggling mechanically, they each take a player, each on timeout. I think it works well.
It is a very good point, but also seemingly very dysfunctional. It's like if your mum and dad each had a different favorite child, everyone. My family, we both of them had the same favorite child. It made it a lot easier, wasn't it?
Just everyone pick one. And that's the same in Rocket League. Every coach has their favourite player. No one truly thinks that all 3 are equally favourite. So, no, it's good to see Gaming Gamers.
Kami was always every coach's favourite
Exactly. But look, no upsets in round 1. A couple of Game 5s. We can move on. And now we have some absolute doozies here in the second round.
Some great matchups. Yeah, we won't go over all of them, but Chiefs versus HSP we're going to be covering on the stream. Ground Zero versus Kib Gang is going to be a really interesting one too. Maybe some of the other ones expected to be a bit more one-sided, but you never know. You never know in these upper bracket matches, and the lower bracket matches you definitely never know. You don't know who's going to win those.
No, it's a little bit of chaos down the bottom, but yeah, really excited to see these top 4. We've talked it up in the pre-show. We've got our top 4 locked in. Yep. Who's the ones outside of it? Well, there's a perfect chance now for you look at you look at HSP, you look at your Ground Zeros as well that do have a great chance to perhaps topple these top 4 teams early in the Swiss.
I'll be interested to see how NTV versus EXO goes in the lower bracket, but let's get into our next match before worrying about anything else. It's going to be HSP versus Chiefs and Morgy. Can you just tell us about these 2 teams? Because me and CJ have talked too much about them.
No, that's all good. You guys take it away. But No, I think this is definitely the right choice for this next game. Obviously, Chiefs having made it through to the final last week against Power, and HSP as well. You know, they lost to Kib Gang in it was the quarters last week. They managed to take game 1. Obviously, Misty playing very, very well, but unfortunately unable to take down Kib Gang there.
I like what you said there. Misty playing well because he was popping off for at least game 1 of each series. Game 1 was his. After that, Yummy, he was a bit of a hat-trick specialist.
That being said, I don't want any of this talking down on Misty as well about game 2 onwards, because where was Baz the entire series?
Yeah, where was Baz? Actually, where was Baz? Yeah,
on, Baz. We need
do something.
We need you because we're on the HSP train, right?
Yeah, Baz can do it. I mean, you know, right now, there's a lot of pressure on Baz Morgie because, you know, you look at what Luna's doing over on the side of Ground Zero and just fitting into that team like a glove, bringing the experience. There's question marks over whether Baz is useful on the pitch.
Yeah, I mean, if I had to describe Baz, I would say he's an adaptable player, and I would have expected a lot more out of him last week.
Better than what I said.
You're saying he's not there. You're saying adaptable. I love it. I love the positivity that's going on over there, the negativity on this side.
Everyone has their rough day, right? And we saw that in Power in the Swiss.
Rough weekend.
Right, teams have rough days, players have rough days, and I think Baz can be a standout player, but definitely not what we saw out of him last fall.
Well, let's bring out the predictions to see if you truly believe in Bat. What do you mean, the Chiefs?
Just because I'm not trash talking him.
Oh, well, I'm trash
talking him. He made it through to the final. They what, 2-4 power in the final.
Exactly. This guy, HSP, he's Yummy's purely doing it for the memes. You know, he said, you know what he said to me? He said, this split, I'm not going to predict with my brain. I'm just going to do memes the whole time. And look at him here, HSP again. My boy Misty. You know, he's just trying to have a bit of fun. He's not taking this.
Everybody knows
seriously.
Me as the biggest Misty fan. We got to go with HSP. It's gone, and I've always predicted Misty, like for years at this point in time. But honestly, it's not surprising that CJ would bring the Chiefs again. Back in that, it's just
didn't predict them last week.
Broken record at this point in time.
But you know what? Kid Gang last week, but yeah, keep going.
You know what? Yeah, sure, they've got good players, but do they have the heart? Do they have the teamwork? Do they have the
HSP
vibes?
Have the heart? I mean, they make me hungry when I think about them. That's the only
stomach.
emotion.
They have the guts.
They do they have the guts though against Chiefs, Yummy? That's the question. Can they beat a top 4 team in OCE?
We 100% believe that they can do it.
I reckon it's possible. It was hard to pick, but it's possible.
Well, it was pretty easy for me to pick. That's why I went for it.
Same.
What have Chiefs done? Tell me. Name one thing.
Top 2, really good start to the regional. You know, they had a lot of on them this split, Morgie, didn't they? Because they couldn't get the job done last split, and they came out strong. Last split they got top 8 in the first event. This time getting top 2. So I think there's a feather in their cap there. Get rid of that guy, Yummy, because he's not smart anymore. He's just predicting with these memes. He's a meme artist, Morgie. But we're all about the statistics, the analysis, and smart critical thinking.
Of course, we are about the statistics. And you know what? If Chiefs play as well in this series against HSP as they did against Power in the final, I don't think it's going to be that close.
No, I think it could well and truly be over. But you and me know OCE better than anyone. That doesn't happen. It never goes as you expect. It'll be interesting to see how the Chiefs, I guess, improve. They were obviously, you'd be pretty happy with your first event, beating All Bar Power. And a really smooth Swiss stage as well from them previously, getting through in that top spot. So, it'd be interesting to see how they come back into this second qualifier, open qualifier number 5. And HSP as well. Gee, they were exciting last event. And Fades, I love watching him on the pitch.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. They've got some very, very mechie players on their team. I think it's just a matter of whether they can keep up the consistency when they are playing well. Don't get too disheartened on a loss. They could really do some damage if they really keep that in mind.
And Baz Lenker, as you said, let's see if he can get active in this event, in this series. Obviously, I was only joking before about Baz. We absolutely love him. But, yeah, HSP, certainly a team that's looking to crack into that top 4. It feels pretty locked for me, the top 4. But, well, I could say this round could really throw that up. But even last event, you know, Ground Zero beat Power, and then Power went on and just looked like the best team ever again. So you can't take too much away from the Swiss stage, I'd say.
Oh yeah, definitely, and yeah, like you said, it goes to show Power really, you know, had their heads hanging after the start of that Swiss, couple of losses that weren't overly expected, and just really bounced back very quickly after that. You know, the next day in the playoffs. So it really is anybody's game in this Swiss stage.
Oh, Yummy's still calling us out for having a mean pick. Is that it? Oh my goodness, that would have honestly, Yummy was out of his chair then. If Big Jazz, if Misty could get that one away, that was sensational. There's been a couple of chances for HSP. Chiefs have probably had the majority of the attack here. We saw Finn before going for resets, but I want to give a shout out to Baz, if he can step up here. Very nice. He's looking mechanically on and finding his teammates out of defense.
And both teams really seem to be just kind of sizing each other up at the moment. Like you said, we've seen a couple of Meki plays, Finn and Kaka both going for some shots. Before we're going to see Misty potentially with an open net, but Kaka gets back in time to save that.
Yeah, the counter-attack play. Could that be the recipe here for HSP? Usually they're pretty locked in on the recipe to make one. This time, need to work out how to win this series. Fades, keeping this ball in. Kaka just launches it downfield, almost catches out Big Jez, but nothing catches him out. Look at this, he gets the catch and the pop. Spaz has to go, Kaka's up with a huge beat as well. Could this be the first? No. The rotations coming in quite soundly at the moment for HSP. This has been a strong start from both sides.
Definitely, and I guess speaking of consistency in a player, Kaka, I think, is one of our most consistent players in the region. And I don't know about you, CJ, but watching the playoffs, it just seemed like the final was the Kaka, the Banana Head show. So I think when Kaka's on, he's on, and that really makes a huge difference for the side.
Yeah, when he's on, and when he's not on, he's nearly on. Pretty much sums up Kaka. He's always sort of thereabouts, as you said. Super reliable sort of player. Obviously, flew off to the San Diego LAN last season. Didn't quite get the success that he had regionally, but there's a great pass. Little setup across for Finn. They do get the first here, the Chiefs. There he is again, Kaka. What a catch, and just baiting out two. Finn does the rest.
That'd be huge for the mental, being one goal up already, but I'm kind of surprised, CJ. I will admit, I thought this would be a lot more high scoring, or I guess the first game, or even with these two teams, I thought both being quite offensively driven. I'm surprised that the first goals come in so late.
Yeah, you'd think that, but also Chiefs at times can play very stock Rocket League, trying to play as clean as possible, not to make any mistakes, and that can often mean there's some 1-0 victories. They certainly can show their offense when they want to, but right now this could be a little bit of trouble. That's a great pass. Is there going to be a shot coming through? Jez is also caught underneath. Fades, throws it on net. Demo's coming through. Hunter trying to clear out this offense. 50 seconds left. As you said, a very low scoring affair, but could there be a chance right at the end here for HSP to equalise?
HSP doing a really good job at the moment of keeping the ball in their offensive half, and right as I've said that, ball's gone down the other end, but it seems like they've got a lot of offensive possession at the moment. I think that's really key for them right now. A couple of demos coming out. The ball's going to roll straight to Kaka though. He's going to take it up into the air. Can't quite get the reset. Oh no, did get the reset, sorry, just took it quite late there.
Yeah, it's just been a nice little 20 seconds left as Jez. They need to link up now. They have to go. They have to throw something. Fades, looking for boost. He's flicked it. You're joking. Out of nowhere, it's just Fades downfield. They do find the link up. It's a great pass from Baz. And Fades just backflips. Nice infield. How on earth have Chiefs let that happen with 14 seconds left?
Looks like Fades was trying to take out one of the defenders, either in a bump or a demo or something, but just seemed to throw them out of whack that little bit. Nobody in net to defend the goal. Might be taking this to OT.
Yummy says that is the sauce, chips and meat connection. That is indeed the three-headed monster that is an HSP. Fades throws it up. Do they want a 0-second goal? Kaka's trying to keep it up as well. Both sides looking like they want to play this one out, and Baz tactically whiffs that one. We do get overtime in game one.
Definitely a tactical whiff. It's never anything else. He's going to take the ball into the corner. Hunter's there to collect it though. Hunter's also another player. I feel like I said before, with the playoffs, even in the Swiss CJ, it seemed like Kaka was really that standout player, and nothing against Kaka. I think he, like I said, he is that consistent player, but we're not seeing as much mech out of Hunter as I feel like we usually would. I'm wondering if that's just team dynamics or whether something's changed. But usually I'd say he's a lot more mechy than he's been these last few games.
Yeah, you're right. He turns it on and off. He almost just does, he sort of just does what he needs to, Hunter, and sometimes you want him to do more, and other times he's happy to sort of play that supporting role. Certainly, from last season, seeing those guys play is very focused on, sort of team structure rather than individual mechanics. But Hunter, certainly, I'm sick of Yum. I keep reading chat, and Yummy's he's psychoanalyzing everything I say, and I am sick of it. Hunter takes it up, though. What can he do? He gets 1-2, carries over the top, double. Oh, you're calling for him, and he almost comes out with a 1v3 solo. Kaka had a wide open net, and he thought that the side post looked more appetizing. The HSP on net could have been wide open. He's at it. Kaka with the save. Chances for both sides. HSP still pushing forward. Defense having to be played by the Chiefs.
Shots being sent at both nets right now. Neither team able to score those. Some really impressive defensive work out of both sides. Another shot on net, but quite the easy save for Baz. Going to take it up the wall. Gets blocked by Finn, who's taken it into the corner. Misty now with the ball. Hunter there to challenge him, though. Misty gets past him. HSP back on the offense.
Yeah, this is a very interesting game. It feels like neither team really wants to score without throwing too much away. There's the first live chance with the bum coming through, but again, it's just keeping the ball nice and close, not throwing it too far away. And that could be the perfect chance. If Baz can't get the read, he is stepping up since we did call him out. Or I did. Huge dunk coming through Hunter almost. Fades, no boost. Back to Hunter, who doesn't get the touch that he wanted. It's Chiefs grabbing all the boost they can, trying to keep the pressure on this HSP defense.
So many shots on net coming from both sides. And that, again, is just going to hit the crossbar. We're getting many shots. Low shooting percentage at the moment, but again, testament to the defenders on both sides who are getting these saves and just extending this OT.
Oh, it's a nice from Baz and even better from Fades to follow that one up as Chiefs. It has been their biggest nemesis, is just shooting percentage. It is abysmal. There's another touch coming through. Baz has been phenomenal in this first game. Shot on net. Jez is there. Misty helping out as well. They're trying to make something work, but Kaka's just waiting third man. He doesn't want to push up. Able to get a 50. Almost one more on it as well. Finn opting for boost over ball. A bold strategy. Finn's been beaten by Misty again. What a fantastic 50. 3 minutes gone of this overtime. No real huge chances from either side apart from that Hunter solo play. Right now, it's just about who's going to make the most of their opportunity. It's going to be Baz. Can he get the dunk? Surely, Misty, bang, no, he's just, again, both sides would rather fire it straight at the defender in net. It's a mind game that does not work out ever. And right now, HSP, well, they could have taken it, but Finn's beating everyone. Can Misty get the touch? He does just in time.
Oh my god, what a game. How many shots are going to go on target, straight into a defender? We're seeing lots of them here today. I think the interesting thing now for me is, we look at playstyles, right? And Power are renowned for being that really aggressive playstyle, having their third man push up really far. And I think it goes to show that, there's a stark difference between a team like Power and a team like Chiefs, who are also one of those top teams, but don't seem to kind of have that really hyper-aggressive playstyle. We saw just before Kaka playing more of a passive third man, could have had a shot on net, but realising that could have ended up in a dangerous counter for them.
Yeah, I think he just has to go, though. I know that we want to play that defensive style, but it feels a bit too safe at times from Chiefs. Kaka has almost done well there, but Baz again defensively has made just some huge touches. He gets a 50 as well. Him that ball in, and ladies and gentlemen, Chiefs have had 18 shots. They've doubled HSP shots. The pressure's been enormous again. It's Kaka coming off the side. It's a pass to Hunter. Can he get the double? Jez is up. Jez is missed. Hunter! Somebody get this ball in. Fades with 0 boost. Keeps it out. How many shots? How many times can Chiefs go to the well and try and find something? But they just can't get that ball in the back of the net.
What is going on? That was so close. The ball it looked like it was about 90% in. Not far enough, though. We're going to see HSP go on the attack now. Kaka there to collect the ball, though. Potentially another shot on net from Misty. Takes it to the corner. It's going to get centered, but again, just nobody there to take the shot.
Downfield is Finn with no boost at all either. As Hunter, and they've given this up. Kark has to come up huge. He's been beaten. Finn, no boost either. Double demo. Here we go. HSP. Just Hunter last. Just Hunter last. He's been bumped into the ball again. You feel like surely a goal's coming and it doesn't happen. Finn has to go. Karka can't get the touch. Fade's keeping it in. Finn with 0 boost, just finding Hunter. The defense, you can say it's been exceptional, but the offense has been terrible at the same time. Kaka goes up. Misty, Yummy's boy, makes another huge save. Will this overtime ever end? I'm not sure.
Surely the nerves are setting in at this point. Nobody wants to lose an OT. Nobody wants to lose a 6-minute OT. What's the record in RLCS? I feel like we're going to be going for it in this game. No one able to score.
Yeah, we'll probably need another 10 minutes to break that record, but the way we are, there it is! The worst possible goal! The most OCE goal you'll ever see! It's just a 50 in midfield. It just goes straight in, and it's from Misty. It's from Finn. Hunter's there as well. The only way to end, you can say Chiefs are lucky, or you can say the positioning wasn't on from HSP, but in the end, the sheer weight of numbers. Let's look at the stats, Morgie. I mean, Chiefs with 20 shots to 12 of HSP. They probably deserve that one in the end.
Oh, absolutely. But with that goal as the goal, I would have expected something else. We've seen a lot of mech that game. There was a lot of resets, a lot of attempts at doubles. I was expecting some nice, clean shot. Not quite what I thought.
Wow. That was that was certainly a round 2 Swiss game of all time. There was certainly some chances from both sides. I want to say Baz looked impressive. They missed him twice at game 1 than, perhaps myself and Mr. Yummy Cheeseman have witnessed before on this HSP line. I'm not quite the hat trick of game 1s. But honestly, all 6 players look pretty solid. They look pretty warmed up. And in the end, it was a bit of a stylistic matchup, wasn't it? You had the pressure of Chiefs versus the counter-attack play of HSP. And in the end, pressure of Chiefs won out through a beautiful 50-50.
Beautiful is a strange word for that one, CJ. But nonetheless, they get the game win there. And you know what? Maybe the Misty effect is reversed this series. Maybe Misty is going to gain momentum longer and longer as the series goes and gets better and better, and will carry HSP by the end of this.
I like that. Perhaps it is a game 5. If you're going to play well, you'd rather play well in the final game than the first game. I think that's always beneficial, certainly. But we had a little bit of a tech timeout, but we are straight back into it, I think. Yeah, Hunter is a classic. I don't know what's going on. He might have borrowed Yummy's computer, because every single time Chiefs play, Hunter has to restart his game. He has to change something. He has to restart his computer. So perhaps him and Yummy have similar issues going on. But we're going to jump into game number 2. It was Chiefs taking the first one. Let's hope, for production's sake, that we don't get another 6-minute overtime.
This stream, actually. I was about to say this stream's going to go until midnight. It's if we get that many OTs. But I reckon there's a decent chance of it, seeing how both teams just played.
It is. It's an interesting clash of play styles, as we said, and I'd love to see Misty get more involved. I know you're waiting for him in the final game of the series. I wouldn't mind seeing it in game number 2. Hunter and Kaka look pretty good. Finn, all of Chiefs, it's really good early. And then it was just the defensive style of HSP that looked strong. It looked like they had a good recipe to get it. They had some great chances down the other end as well. Do you change anything up, Morgie, as a side that's just lost a 6-minute overtime, or do you take confidence that it was working?
I think I'd take confidence that it's working. I mean, like, you would put Chiefs in your top 4, or potentially, a top 2 battling Pioneers for the spot, I would say. So they are one of those top teams. You got to feel good about taking them into such a long OT on the first game. We've seen so many sweeps happen tonight. We've seen so many, not just sweeps, but like high goal differential games. So you got to be glad that that series hasn't ended up like that. Or sorry, that game hasn't ended like that.
Yeah, you could say that it's a nice sight seeing some form of defense being played, especially after that first round where it was pretty much pure offense from both sides. However, again, the final goal being an open net 50-50 from the midfield doesn't give you too much confidence as Hunter's trying to keep this in. It's a beautiful air dribble opening it up. It's a 1v3 again from Hunter. You wanted him to be that mechanical player. Well, he's turned it on here over the top of everyone.
Absolutely. That's the kind of mech we know and love from Hunter, and that's the kind of goal I would expect him to score. That really does a lot for the Chiefs. I think, I've said this before, but I think the Chiefs are really, really strong players individually. I think maybe when they do lose series, when they do lose games, the thing they're maybe struggling with is that kind of synergy between the players more so. I know Kaka and Finn have a history together, but throwing someone as mechy as Hunter into the mix, you really need to work on those team dynamics, I think, regardless of how strong the players are.
Yeah, I like it. I think they had that team dynamic with Shaw's, but you have to say that Hunter's probably more mechanical play, certainly solo play-wise than what Shaw's can produce. Shaw's probably known a bit more for his defense and team play. So, interesting to see how that goes. There's almost another perfect shot from Hunter, but it is off the post yet again. And sometimes it's the biggest strength and weakness of the Chiefs, Morgies, that they do go for the perfect shot more often than not. That had to be a goal. Finn, his positioning just wasn't on there, and he probably is, in the end, saved the ball away from Hunter. There's another pass in the middle, but no one's there. Counter-attack. Baz takes it up. Misty waiting underneath. It's Finn now, challenging in midfield. Hunter wants in as well. There's the pop over the top. Is anyone there? Hunter's own goaling. Plays it to the side.
It definitely looked like a bit of an own goal setup, but, just kind of teasing them a little bit, taunting them. Shouldn't be taunting these guys when they're that close to net. Misty with a very, very clear shot into goal. Yeah,
and you just see the positional mistake there coming through. And it was Kaka caught out in net. He pushed too far up front post. And in the end, back post was the recipe for success there. Do you get one back? A little cheapy back, almost a kickoff goal. Could still be a kickoff goal again. So many times I feel like they have free shots, Chiefs, and they just go for that perfect one. They go for the top corner instead of, let's get some bottom middles. Let's shoot at bottom middle. Anyone object to that? I wouldn't mind seeing it. You could catch a team out every now and then, and you're expecting the perfect shot. There's a great pass with the demo from Misty at the end of that attack.
Can't remember who it was. I'm completely blanking. But last series there was a shot that was completely open, and who was it? Someone went up for like a double flip reset or something, and it could have just been an easy pop in. Kaka almost missing that one. I thought that was going to go post and out.
A perfect shot, bottom corner. It's wide open, and Kaka goes, just in case there's an invisible defender, I'm going to put this as far left as I can and get that one in. I think we might overcomplicate things, but what Chiefs have done is given themselves the lead here. Fantastic stuff from them.
As now up with the ball, gets the reset. Nice little pop over to Fades. He's going to put the ball into the corner. Hunter, though, with a clear downfield. Kaka going for a shot on net. Goes a little bit wide. In. Goes with the ball in the corner again. Going for a bump, maybe. Misty there to save it, though.
Yeah, Misty still, I know he's got that first goal, that back post goal, but still not as active as I'd like. That could have been a goal for Finn. He's blasted that one. Kaka can't follow it up. He's got 0 boost, in fact. Doesn't get the corner either. He doesn't get the touch that he wants. He has found an angle here to give it across to Finn. 100 boost for him. Kaka has boost across. Finn's got a beautiful reset. There's the pop. Kaka inbound. Fades is there and lands on it. Oh, if they've been gifted a goal here, Fades just runs it down the other end. Kaka's, or Hunter, I think it was, overcommits on this touch here. That's all he needed. That's beautiful from Fades.
That's that play style we're talking about before, that over-aggressive third-man push. You've got to be really, really careful for it. If you're not prepared for it and you're going to get counter-attacked like that, it's going to be an easy goal to equalise. And as we've seen, HSP have now taken this game to 2-2 with just a minute left.
Yeah, it's game on again. And it's, I don't want to say it, but it is heading towards what we saw in game number 1. There's Misty. Let's pop that ball up. Goes for the catch. The demo comes through. So Misty right now has no friends in offense. And that dunk means he wouldn't mind some friends in defense. Fades gets it across. Kaka there. Finn over. Perhaps trying to find Kaka on that backboard. The miscommunication though. They don't link up as well as they want. Really nice from Bads. He's been Mr. Consistent for mine on this lineup of HSP. So we want to see Misty get more active. Fades. Very impressive to get that equalising goal. Here he is, Misty. Gets 1, doesn't get 2, but unlocks Baz. Pops it up. Finn meets him there. 20 seconds left. Is it going to be HSP with the last sack? That's a fantastic demo. Kaka's in massive trouble. Ooh. Kaka's in enormous trouble, but Finn helps him out. 10 seconds left.
Oh, Finn, an absolute lifesaver just then for the Chiefs. That was very, very close. Kaka going to take it back down the other end, but I feel like we are just going to go to another OT. as this series goes, the ball's going to be dropped, and we are ready for hopefully not another 6 minutes. Hopefully something a little bit tighter, but we'll see.
Yeah, could be one of these series. Yummy truly believes that HSP are wanting this one more. Find out in this overtime. Misty, huge clear downfield fades. Try and get at this one. Finn's faking everyone. Oh, he's done really well, and he's found Kakos. Oh, this is beautiful. And this is all from Finn if he gets the flick almost. Really like that from him, showing some poise and some nice care coming out of that. It's a beautiful. Oh, no way! That's gone in. Hunter has sniped Finn downfield. He's gone off the ceiling and just put a hole in the crossbar, if you don't mind. Fades could not get that one out. What a goal in this overtime. Chiefs 2-zip.
What a shot. That's the kind of goal we want to end an OT, not the 50 we saw last game. But Finn, take a massive bow. That was an awesome shot. I think Finn was a little bit quiet last game, but we can really see how much he's come out as a dominant force this game.
Beautiful team play as well. To do that in overtime, it's a bit of a risky one. You know, he's sending 2 players, but I love that from Finn. He was showing something that I've often criticised him for is, you know, he's had some topsy-turvy series. Sometimes he goes missing under pressure. But that just there, not only that final goal, but also just his poise in defense. He almost got the little pass play transition out of defense as well, counter-attack plays, and then he positioned himself downfield. He says, Hunter, hit me. Hunter did just that. Beautiful pass from him, but the finish was top class.
Definitely perfect synergy from both players just then. We're really seeing Chiefs start to warm up a lot more. I think that first game, you know, there was a little bit of back and forth between both teams, and not to say HSP didn't really put in the effort there, but I think Chiefs, when they are warmed up and when they start to gain that momentum, they are super, super scary.
Well, let's find out if HSP can launch a comeback in this one as we get into game number 3. Ladies and gentlemen, if HSP are able to reverse sweep, I have got word from production. They will give everyone free HSPs in the chat. Can I get a W, HSPW production in chat? It's going to be phenomenal if they can pull this reverse sweep off. But right now, the Chiefs have all the momentum.
Okay, I've got a slightly off-topic question. It does involve HSPs. What sauces do we put on them? Is it the Holy Trinity? Does everybody do that?
Yep, it's a Holy Trinity.
It's got to be the Holy Trinity. People who put sweet chili sauce on it, I don't know. It's got to be chili. It's got to be hot chili, barbecue, garlic.
Oh, really? I sometimes go the sweet chili. Does that not count as a Holy Trinity if I have sweet chili over chili?
I feel like it's too sweet with the barbecue, no?
No, that is true. It is a bit sweet. I'm with you. Can depend on the barbecue sauce used as well by your independent HSP retailer. But let's see what can happen here. HSP can get involved if they can get active. Right now, Kako wants to put a statement piece on that one. He has faked it. He's missed the second touch. Boosted quite somehow by Finn. And now he's got a reset off the ceiling. And he might have a goal here. Oh, he's faking everyone out. He has got them dancing. He's got them fumbling in net. And Finn, again, the superstar for the Chiefs.
In saying Kaka took the playoffs, I'm taking MVP. This series, he's playing incredibly, incredibly well. Yeah, this is looking really scary for HSP right now. Yummy, I don't know if they're coming back from this.
Formal puts hot chili, sour cream, and tomato sauce. Get that guy out of the chat. If we get a ban on the tomato sauce being implemented, I do not know about that one. What is that man eating?
What? And sour cream? Formal.
Sour cream? He's got wedges. That man's eating wedges. He's got sweet chili, wedges, and sour cream. Oh, goodness me, I'm getting hungry though talking about this. Let's get back into this series. Chiefs with a perfect start. Finn is looking phenomenally. He has left this one. That could leave him exposed. Ceiling pinch from Fades, and he does get the goal. Finn could not get there. And Fades takes it upstairs and does the rest.
That was Finn on the backboard. Hey, yeah, Kaka not able to get there in time. Finn just jumping a little bit too early off the sidewall there. Could not get the save. We're equalising this series early. We've still got 3.5 minutes left to go. So, you know, who knows what's going to happen. But, like, Chiefs are just looking like a really, really strong force right now.
Thinking about a tech timeout so I can get some food. I just cannot stop. I can't get out of my head now. Don't know who started this one, but once again, a problem with this team name and this team right here of HSP. There's another pinch. Baz clears it downfield. Finn grabs the 100. He find a teammate. He had Hunter waiting in the wings, but that's not going to work. Oh, Misty, stop it if that goes in. Hucker with a great read as well. Baz almost. Goodness me, I'm liking what I'm seeing from HSP here, Morgie.
We would have heard Yummy screaming from here if Misty had scored that. Going for a shot on net though, right as we've said that. Kaka looking a little bit awkward. Misty popping the ball into the same side of the net as Kaka. A little bit risky, but
what's he
straight
doing?
Underneath him.
He's got full moon, and he's going for a squishy save in net from a tight read shot, tight angle. I mean, that's full nonsense. That is full nonsense play from Kaka. There is no need to do that. And now they've lost the lead. Well, they don't have the lead. They never had the lead. They did have the lead. They lost the lead, and now they're behind. And now, never mind. An open net for Hunter. HSP hand it right back.
I feel like, saves like that or shots like that before or Kaka kind of going for the squishy, you got to kind of put it down to overconfidence. I feel, when you're 2 up in a series, a best of 5, you're on match point. I feel like, you see players a lot having a little bit more of a play around their shots and their saves, a little bit more risk going into it. But, if Chiefs want to take this out as a sweep, you've got to be a little bit more clinical.
Yeah, they need to get going here. And I'm getting tilted at formal. He's now taking shots at Australia as a country. It's almost, it's not true at all formal. It's completely different than tomato sauce. Thank you very much. Baz, get the 50, 100 boost. Hunter, that's a nice beat. Can he get one more? 50 in the air. Been impressed with Baz. Haven't been as impressed with Misty. I'll say it. Yummy's boy. Yeah. Almost a touch comes through. Eh? Yeah, he's not. Well, that's true. Is it the final game yet? Maybe he's waiting for that game number 5, this reverse sweep that's going to be started right here. Fades gets 2. Fades gets the pop. Hunter pre-jumps, bottom corner, gets a huge save.
Fades and Baz is going to take us to game 5 so that Misty can pop off. Then we're going to see a shot that hits the crossbar, though ball down, Kaka able to secure it.
Yeah, it's a nice look. It's been a back and forth game to say the least, but what a perfect flick from Kaka. He just finds that corner that more often than not surprises you how far out you can shoot the ball in the corner and it still somehow bounces in. That one was perfect with the follow-up as well. We do get the lead again here. Baz, the kickoff though, trying to cook, trying to slice and dice. Kaka is ready.
The chat ripping into formal, but I saw Yummy mention the word hummus, and I really hope you're not talking about HSP's Yummy. That's strange. Oh. That's weird.
Hummus.
Hummus.
Are we having a platter? Is this a... excuse me? What is happening? There's the flick almost. That's a great save again. Misty staying involved. Baz 100 boost in the midfield. Chiefs would love one more here. We know that they do love conceding a goal in the last minute. For some reason, it just gets them so excited to do that. Hunter with a pop over the top. Misty is at the corner. Has Fades waiting with 100 boost as well. Fin up straight away. 52 Baz. Good positioning from him. He's trying to cut around Hunter. He's done well. 50 again. Oh, he's landing on everyone. He almost gets one more. Misty's in as well. Misty, do something. Come on, Misty. Does he get the reset? Fakes low. Hunter there to get the challenge. 35 seconds on the clock. Come on, HSP. I'm hungry.
Oh, no. That was so close. That could have been a really good opportunity for Misty. I feel like we're seeing Chiefs park the bus quite a bit here. They are falling quite far back into defense at the moment, or at least having their third man just kind of sit around net to make sure that HSP can't equalize here. 15 seconds left, still plenty of time to get one more goal, but HSP need to do something right now.
They need to go. Baz has a reset. Baz has a shot. Finn's right there. There's a lot of boost. Hunter's going to wait on his rotation back as well. It's a double commit. HSP, no! There's too much sauce, not enough meat. Chiefs get the sweep. 3-0 round 2 of Swiss. And they move 1 round away from potentially another number 1 seed. Fantastic stuff from them. But HSP, they'll be a little bit disappointed with that one.
Yeah, they would be, but I mean, we predicted it from the start. Bar Yummy, we're going to ignore Yummy here. We predicted Chiefs were going to take that out. They are a dominant force here, and I feel like HSP played well, but just not enough to do it.
Not a dominant force, just luck of dogs, In the end, just got super, super lucky. A couple of overtimes. They got managed to get miracle goals after 7 minutes of trying. HSP, obvious winners, because you know what? You two didn't say anything about Chiefs the entire series. I didn't hear you really say anything about Hunter or anything like that. You're always talking about Misty. You're talking about Baz, who finally showed up. And you know what? they might have got 3-0'd, but it's still HSP all the way.
You were too worried about HSPs. Clearly, you were too hungry because we talked about Kaka's consistency. We talked about Hunter.
Oh, but everybody talks about Kaka's
only
consistency
choosing
every
to be mechanical.
game.
Hunter chooses when he wants to be mechanical and when he doesn't. And Finn absolutely carried. He got the beautiful 50, and then he got 2 overtime goals.
Shaq, can we all agree that they did say that, but that was 3 things they said, and then they said about 100 things about HSP.
I was hungry. I mean, that's all I could think about. And then we started talking about the Holy Trinity, and I mean, what more do you want from us when you've got HSP on the other team? I have to talk about them at some point. And Morgie wasn't helping. Actually, she was distracting me.
Yeah,
my bad.
What are you
my
doing,
bad.
You're meant to be the serious one of us guys. We're meant to be the jaded old. Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, you know, the professional caster here.
Oh yeah, that's definitely me. Very experienced, very professional caster. I reckon you've got selective hearing, Yummy, because calling those shots lucky. Did you see Finn's off the roof, perfect into the the top of the crossbar shot? How are you calling that lucky?
Didn't see Misty doing that.
Well, the thing is, you know, like Morgie, you'd be able to do that. You you spin around randomly a few times and you happen to get a flip reset. You just happen to dodge into it and it happens to go into the goal, you know? Like anybody could do it. It's just that Finn was the one today that lucked into managing those specific inputs. It's just like Zen is the luckiest player in all of the world, at least was at the end of last year. So
you hear that, chat? Yummy's going to show us how it's done in between these series. That's our next break.
Yep. Just actually, let's do that. Let's get Yummy POV in free play instead of the break screen. We'll just see how much luck that he can produce. Can't wait.
I can produce a lot of luck. I'm a very lucky player when it comes to free play, just not in the actual game like Finn. So, you know. By the way, it was good. It was a good long match.
Yeah.
Because of all the overtimes, which does mean that every single match, except for one, is completed. EXO versus NTV in the lower bracket that I was talking about was going to be a really good match down there. That's in Game 5 right now. Soldiers Henchmen also went and won Game 5 over Tonka's truck down in that lower bracket. But up here, the only other game that went to Game 5 was Ground Zero Gaming over Kib Gang.
Massive.
You know, we all said we should watch the Ground Zero versus Kib Gang, but we didn't make the choice.
Yep. There was actually an admin, and his name's Jaden.
He said we can't do this.
Who said
can't
no.
do Ground Zero twice in a row.
And you know what we said? We said, come on, it's gonna go to Game 5, and Ground Zero might win that. And he said, no, we can't do it. That's what he
I
said.
was like, imagine if Ground Zero beat Kib Gang. Like,
Yep.
It's a possibility. Outrageous, of course, to think it, but it's a possibility. But unfortunately denied once again, Morgie.
Outrageous, Yummy. Yummy, just with the trash talk on Ground Zero, every single stream.
Yeah.
To be fair, if we had been streaming it, I'm sure we wouldn't have had it. I also don't know if we have a break ready.
No, we do. We've had one ready for about 45
let's go
minutes. Sorry, I should have
break.
you want me to do it?
Let's have a little breaky booze. Bye.
The cockroach doesn't really have a brain per se, but it has instinct and a ferocious desire to survive and reproduce. Their antennae detect food and water, so the roach keeps its antennae clean. They're small and can fit into cracks and crevices. Roaches have great peripheral vision.
Keep you got me twisted. Freak of the week like keep you got me twist. Freak of the week like keep you got me twisted. Freak of the week like keep you got me twist. Yeah. Freak of the week like 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 freak of the 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 week like keep you got me twist. Twisted. Keep you got me twisted. Freak of the week like keep you got me twist. Freak of the week like keep you got me twisted. Freak of the week like keep you got me twist. Yeah. Freak of the week like 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 freak like keep you got me twist, 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 twist. Freak of the week. You got me twisted.
G'day guys, welcome back. Round 2 is done. D-U-N done, as they spell it in Tasmania. But we're into round number 3. We had a couple of crazy results, and when I mean a couple, the only one I can think of is one. And this is a great start. That was ground 0 taking down Kib Gang. That's a massive upset for mine. Obviously, we watched Chiefs HSP over on the main stream. That was a 3-zip, however, but ground 0, Yummy, seemed to be a bit of the Friday specialists.
Yeah, they're doing well for themselves. I just saw this graphic here. Is this picks and bands that you were talking about? It looked very complicated.
Wrong game.
Right, you're wrong game.
Sorry, you were just talking so much about it. I thought that's what we were going on.
I'm trying to find the Liquipedia. I had the wrong esport up, so I couldn't quite see what round we were at. But no, look, big upset there, Formal. Game 5 as well. A few game 5s. Round 1 was all of the top seeds getting a win. Round 2, we had a little bit of an upset with Ground Zero taking the win, but we do move on to the third round where we do see a couple of teams go home, a couple of teams go through. We're going to focus on the positives rather than the 0-2 matches. So our next series is I know we're positive over here. We're going to look at the Chiefs.
Can you believe that High thought EXO could put up a match against Ground Zero, and now they're in the 0-2 round? You know, like
we said it before. Ground Zero are Friday merchants, right? They're just like they're going to beat Power again now for the second Friday in a row. I'll tell you what, there's 3 teams on the chopping block. There's the 2 teams in the 0-2, and Jaden's also 0-2 with picking his matchup. So let's see if this one is an absolute winner, or we should have gone the other way with Ground Zero taking on Power. Over here, though, Chiefs versus Pioneers. Yummy, this is the first time these 2 teams have played. They didn't cross paths in Open Qualifier number 4 last couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, they were the top 2 seeds. They both went 3-0 out of last Swiss, which meant they were on the opposite side of the brackets for the playoffs too. And most notably, Pioneers were that team that took Power to Game 7 on Championship Sunday when Power started to really heat up. So I've called Pioneers as being the clear number 2 coming into this, just purely based off the pickup of Super Locky, but they haven't had the chance to prove it, and this would probably be it.
I mean, this you would have to assume very much would be it, and I kind of feel there's a bit of extra pressure on the Pioneers to kind of reestablish that spot, considering the expectation would be Power going 3-0 on the other side. If you want to avoid them before getting into the finals, a place where the Pioneers really need to be after missing out during that 4th regional, they kind of need to win this matchup right now to give themselves the best shot to get to that minimum 2nd place spot.
And last event too, I was saying how impressive it was for Pioneers to take down Gremlins. Obviously, in hindsight, not that impressive, but they did take down Kib Gang, so have got a massive win here at least.
But Kib Gang, well, they lost as well to, no, 100%. No, you're good. Yep, 100. Yep, I'm all good. We're switched on now. Who do we have winning, ladies and gentlemen? Hashtag Chiefs or hashtag Pioneers, hashtag CHF, hashtag QTP. I'm interested in your predictions, and I don't want to get called out for which way I'm going, but I'm going to let you know that I'm on the Chiefs side, and I think that this is a 50-50 match. Very disappointed that we didn't go 50-50 on the desk. We've gone 60.
Well, no, because Formal, he'll always say, but I think this will probably be a Game 5. It's going to be close. So he's actually
tell us. Formal, give us your prediction. I want to hear it. Give us your prediction. Give us your
all right. Pioneers comfortable 3-0 or maybe a 3-1. I'm not hedging bets on this one. I like the Pioneers a lot in this. I think how they took it to Power last week, or 2 weeks ago, I should say, kind of set the tone that if any team is going to contest Power, it's going to be the Pioneers and not the Chiefs.
Well, I will say, in CJ's favor, Chiefs did manage to take down the mighty HSP. So if you can take down HSP, you can take down anyone, you can take down Pioneers, there's a chance.
Yep. The question is whether Chiefs are now hungry as I was looking at that team name for 20-odd minutes, or if they're going to be able to lock back in. That's a big win, though, I'd say. HSP, they are not to be sneezed at or eaten. They're not a bad team.
Yeah, but I don't think they're at the same level as some of the
scoffed down with tomato sauce.
I don't know.
Formal. Oh my god.
Well, okay,
anyway,
formal.
We're not even HSP aren't even here. Let's move on from that topic.
Well, hang on a minute. Who's had the better run so far? Do we think Physics is a better win, or do we think HSP is a better win in that round 2?
Physics. Wait, they didn't play Physics in round 2 though. Physics would have been in that lower end. Who did Pioneers? Oh, they did play Physics. Yeah. I would take Physics over HSP. I'm taking Physics over HSP. I got them confused with EXO.
Get rid of those week 1 notes. We're on to overqualify number 5. Goodness gracious, mate. No, look, I think I'm going Pioneers.
Physics over HSP.
The chat have it as well. 63% for the Chiefs. So thanks for taking. Honestly, that's 50-50. Me, the chat, versus you two. And I'm happy to be on this side. I'm always happy to be with the chat than my fellow comrades on the desk. So it's going to be an interesting one. We won't obviously see it. These two were the top 2 seeds from the previous event. So we're guaranteed not to have that this time based on purely the fact they're playing each other. But is it the end of the world losing, Yummy? Because, it's all about seeding. Team Power, they could get upset and then it could be bad.
Well, you definitely want to win because then you're guaranteed to avoid Power. Power's side of the bracket. Well, actually, no, sorry, you're not guaranteed, but they're up against Ground Zero. Like, come on. Power are going to win that, right? They're not going to lose again in Swiss to Ground Zero.
Ground Zero's had an upset already formal. They've already taken down Kib game.
Again, that's the one where I'm like, I'm not going to be surprised at all if Ground Zero actually does beat Power.
So why
again.
are we casting this match?
I just see Jaden, he's 0-2. Let's see, though. This is all about whether admin mode can go 0-3 with the choices so far on the main broadcast. But look, the main thing is we've had a lot of fun, and now I believe we're about to get straight on. Oh, here we go. Beautiful. Getting the timer as well. Round number 3 is upon us. We're finally going to see top 4 matchups. Number 2 in OCE versus number 3, in my personal opinion. The grand finalists are Chiefs taking on the Pioneers. I've got the Chiefs. They're going to come out and get the Chocolates 3-2. Boys, take it away.
A chance for Pioneers to cement themselves at the top of OCE and maybe as that team to go to the major. But Chiefs Esports are the ones with the points, and they will be wanting to hold on to them dearly in this series.
Yeah, and I mean, this is kind of that series to give them the best shot to maximize their point haul, assuming Power does get the win over Ground Zero. And I mean, yeah, it would make the journey a lot harder for the Pioneers, especially if they were to drop to like a 4th seed and then wind up on that same half of the bracket as the Power for the 2nd regional in a row. It's something that the team really needs to avoid. So a lot of earnest on the Pioneers to actually come through and show us why they deserve to be that 2nd major team.
Chiefs came strong off the kickoff, and that's been a bit of a theme for this recent RLCS, is that kickoffs have very much mattered. If you guys haven't watched Sam as well, kickoffs were very much a fruitful endeavor with a 2-goal turnaround in the last 15 seconds from NIP, I believe it was. But so far, just between the 2 games, between the 2 series, or between the 2 matches here, we've got Super Locky matching up against his ex-teammate Kaka, maybe looking to really prove himself.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, one thing that has concerned me a little bit about the Chiefs in the past is they tend to give up a lot of space in front of them, and against a team as mechanically gifted as the Pioneers, it definitely means that the Pioneers might have some space to show off some of those mechanics at some key moments as the series progresses. Super Lucky definitely would be one to be looking to do that. I could also see Fiber potentially having a big game in this matchup as well, so that's kind of who my eyes are going to be on, as Fiber does put one up, but doesn't quite follow it up straight away.
And speaking of mechanics, I do agree Pioneers slightly ahead, but Chiefs no slouches either. Hunter and Finn in particular. Finn, if he has some space. Hunter, pretty much all the time, he kind of tends to create his own space by being first on the ball. These two could make a massive impact. Kaka has been solid as a rock for the Chiefs so far today, but not this time. Fiber mechanicking it over the top of him. That's a new one.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a very, very clean dribble. Was looking for the bump at the end on Kaka, and although he didn't really make contact with the car, did just enough to make sure that ball would fall into the net. So that was what I was a little bit concerned about for the Chiefs' defense. I think they're going to need to be a bit more proactive in sort of challenging further up the field.
Now, Formal, I'd like to know, do you have like maybe a rankings here, purely based off mechanics of the individual players on this pitch, or you feel like they're kind of close?
I think they're very, very close. I would probably put Hunter as number 1, to be honest, and then with Fiber number 2, but then after that it becomes very, very difficult.
It's very interesting because, yeah, I'd put Fiber ahead, but that's because, there we go, another good shot. But I was just going to say, because he's got just a more well-rounded game, Hunter probably tends to go a bit more mechanical in the air, a bit more flashy mechanics in RLCS matches.
Well, I mean, that was the question, right? It was like, who is the more mechanical player? I don't know. I guess if you're asking me, like, who's the better all-around player, then I would agree. I think Fiber has shown a lot. And I think Fiber often uses the mechanics, I think, in more subtle ways, particularly on the defensive side of the field. You're more likely to get a kind of crazy first touch out of Fiber to kind of give it off to a teammate than from what we've seen from Hunter. But I don't know. It's a tough discussion. Not to mention, Finn probably deserves to be up in that discussion as well because of how mechanical he can be. Case in point, nearly gets the goal there.
I feel like you're doing Amphis dirty in that with that remark. Amphis is definitely top 3, maybe even the second, I'd say, in this. But also potentially the most successful player here in recent times, at least internationally, Amphis, and in terms of kind of being that number 1 player overall in OCE. Super Lucky in the last split was an important factor for the old Chiefs roster. It's obviously a completely new team, just with the same org, same name. But Super Lucky looking to step up once again, has the flicker around. He's actually just playing with his food and takes it back for Amphis.
Yeah, didn't like the look, and if you have a teammate moving forward, why not just try setting it up again? Shot from Lucky was on point. Amphis there to hold it. Multiple Chiefs defenders kind of stuck in the box right now, and that's not where you want to be against the Pioneers. However, patient play for Kaka does get it to the safety of the corner.
Chat still going on about your terrible, terrible HSP preferences, and I like that from you guys in chat. Just, you know, we know that Formal doesn't know ball, and we know he doesn't know HSP.
Again, the picture of the tomato is literally on the barbecue sauce bottle.
That's not what we're going on. Just don't do it.
That's where I'm going on with that one right now. Okay, as we do see, again, the Chiefs keeping that pressure on. Look, HSP lost. People need to move on.
Oh, Morgie doesn't know anything. Oh. It is a real problem brewing in chat right now. It's going to be the end of OCE Rocket League, purely based on this argument around halal snack packs, the greatest Australian food. And in fact, probably the only Australian food that's ever invented. You know, you have lamingtons, but they're not that good, I'll be honest.
No, the HSP is superior. And I was actually surprised seeing, some of the Americans in chat having never heard of it before. That, any reason to come travel down, get an HSP, I think it's worth.
They have like similar, and they do things like let's stop.
Fair. I guess there is a game finishing up right now. It does look like the Pioneers are going to win this one. Timer does hit 0. Fiber with the chance is going to put that through, and it'll be a 3-0 win for the Pioneers.
I can't believe Jaden made us watch just a straight 3-0 by the Pioneers. We always knew it was going to be this way, but Pioneers, Fiber gets his hat-trick. 500 points on the board for him. A dominant game one.
Yeah, that just really went in their favor. And again, a little bit too passive for my liking out of the Chiefs side. It looked kind of similar to what I saw from them when they were against Power in the finals just 2 weeks ago. But at that same token, I mean, there were opportunities for the Chiefs. Like, the fact that they have 7 recorded shots is a few more than I was expecting, but 0 out of Kaka, I think, is a place of concern.
Especially because he's meant to be both like that fast midfield player, but when he's in attack, he's kind of setting up that pass opportunity. Him having 0 shots realistically means that Hunter and Finn weren't able to get a play out to him, or they weren't able to get enough boost for him to push up into a more dangerous position, which being in a pass position is. And so all slightly rough signs from Chiefs, especially since they should be warmed up after the last series.
Yeah, definitely not very ideal from the Shield, but we'll see how they bounce it back in the second game. If they can find ways to get more up the pitch, to have some, better challenges go their way, and if Kaka can get more involved. I feel like we need to see another best of 7 between Pioneers and Power at some stage. Like, I know it doesn't have to necessarily be the finals, Yummy, but just based on what we saw in that semifinal before, like, I'm not seeing enough from the Chiefs right now to convince me they are that number 2 team, and I'm thinking, wouldn't it be great if we could get Pioneers again against Power?
Well, I think right now nobody else is thinking about that, or at least Pioneers aren't thinking about that. They're thinking, how do we avoid Power in that final bracket, in tomorrow's bracket, or in Sunday's bracket? Because right now Chiefs are ahead, and they may not be as good as Pioneers, but that doesn't matter. They avoided Power in that bracket. And it's only really unfortunate for Pioneers that that's largely because Power fell down to the low seed, rather than anything that Pioneers did themselves to earn that bracket.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't ideal, but it wasn't as if the Pioneers, didn't have the opportunity to finish first place as a result, right? They did lose a couple more games than the Chiefs did. The Chiefs earned that number 1 seed and were thusly rewarded. However, this is the first opportunity for the Chiefs to kind of cement, like, yes, we deserve that number 2 position in the region. And, I mean, that was an okay approach from Hunter right there, but the follow-up just didn't come through.
Looking at Kaka and Hunter trying to connect up, but Hunter just used all of his boost. In fact, people may not have been noticing, but he was already supersonic and still spamming the boost along the ground, and that actually cost him kind of chance to stay in attack. It doesn't really cost the chance to get in and get the demo that he was attempting to. But if he wants to do anything afterwards, he's got nothing left in the tank to be able to do it with. And they managed to keep some pressure on here. That has to be in. KCP. They've got the back boost spawning underneath them. They've got some in, but they've also got a double commit.
Oh.
Big save from Memphis.
That was a big save. I'm a little bit worried because I thought the Chiefs actually did a good job in creating a favorable opportunity. By going for a lot of these bump plays, they were actually causing the Pioneers to burn a lot of boost, but now we come the other way. Memphis can't beat out Hunter. A little bit too delicate of a touch, and now a chance for the Chiefs. It's going to be Hunter to the backboard. Second touch not there.
Been a lot of plays that Chiefs have been able to take close to the backboard that have had to get crazy angles from. In fact, one of them is a 50 angle that they needed to get on target. But they haven't really gifted themselves easy scoring opportunities, and that's super important. That was their first one. They went direct. Hunter almost found the bump. Wasn't able to get it. KCP holding well in the defense, but haven't had too many chances of their own just yet.
Yeah, it's been an interesting one. Pioneers only one recorded shot throughout the first half of this game. It's been a lot better job kind of controlling it by that Chiefs side. However, haven't seen the Pioneers defense be too pressured despite sometimes being lower on the boost side of things. We'll see as now Finn slows it down, gets over Fiber, but can't stay on the play. Super lucky full moon. Let's get demoed. And again, the Chiefs, they're holding possession quite well. They just can't really set up the shot.
If you just double commits coming out unnecessarily for KCP. Case in point, that dribble out of defense really just kind of cost them any chance because they were both crossing wires. You can always forgive a double commit when you're both going for a save, but if you're just taking the ball out, you need to be able to back your teammate to make the play. Kaka didn't have the boost. Otherwise, he may have been able to win that 50, but still, Amphis, all he's going to get out from here is a clear and a potential follow-up. Doesn't have much in terms of possession of the ball.
I do like how the Chiefs are kind of having one player play a lot more further up the field. This looked open temporarily. Locky, though, will be able to race back. I mean, the Chiefs have been looking to sort of increase sort of their placement on the map. They have been playing a lot further forward, and I think that has done a lot to stifle some of the Pioneers' approaches. I would like to see the Pioneers actually start looking for pass plays as opposed to these solo plays as we hit our final minute 15.
Still a 0-all game. Starting to become a little bit more even, and it may come down to one massive solo play. Fiber could be the man to do it, but doesn't get over the top of Finn, holding out the defense. Super Locky has Amphis in support, plays a little dangerously as Kaka almost found the bump to open it up.
But Amphis with a good 50 right there helps the momentum go in the Pioneers' favor. Locky will let it bounce to slow it down. Kaka will take a boost, gets underneath it. Fiber wanted to play the patient game in midfield, kind of gets caught out. Could be an opening now for the Chiefs. It is Kaka with the first peek in the corner, won't commit to it, and you see, I don't want to call it hesitation, but again, just a lack of good opportunity for the Chiefs who are trying to play the high percentage game.
30 seconds left. Next goal may just win it. And as you said, nobody really getting the possession game. It's very much at this moment kind of low-risk affair, and you can understand why both these teams can see they win in their cards if they just win this game. Another double commit comes out from KCP in the defense.
This is a very big game for the Chiefs as well. They kind of need this next goal. You don't want to be 2 games down against a team like the Pioneers, but with 5 seconds of regulation remaining, unless we see something crazy, overtime could be our destination. Finn wants to end it here, but it's Kaka who tries to come from above. Shot wasn't there. Hunter keeps it alive. Finn's going to cut in the middle of the field. Here's the shot, and it is low and not even close.
Smart play at the end there from Fiber. He had boost to go up in the air for it, but that would put him in an awkward spot for a potential demo. He used the boost to go up the wall instead and outrace the players. Hunter had to check if he was going to score that goal immediately off the kickoff, but no, we go back into regulation play.
It was interesting because Fiber had a full tank of boost for a while, but decided to wait for the ball to come to them. Kaka nearly kind of fakes underneath. Now it's a pass across the middle. Hunter's not there. Kaka a peek as well. Neither commits for the shot. And again, Pioneers, they're able just to play high up on that backboard and disrupt a lot of the setups from the Chiefs.
It's really interesting, the line of defense that KCP are making, and they've worked it out, taking it down to the other end, and Fiber now has all 4 goals for Pioneers.
I feel like that was the first time this entire game the Pioneers were willing to commit 2 players on an attacking play. They played such a defensive game compared to what we saw in the first one, and then it works out for them. Kind of the pace of it, kind of catching the Chiefs off balance, off guard, and yeah, now Pioneers up by 2, Yummy. This is looking like another 3-0 sweep.
I wanted to mention there, yeah, they kind of look like Pioneers of old, where their first instinct is for all 3 of them to rush back to net and not kind of challenge in the midfield line. And that's why we're seeing a lot of double commits in the defense. They're hoping that that kind of attack will come in and just throw it away, and then they can quickly counter. This time you actually saw Super Lucky approaching it a little bit early. There was no double commit. Fiber was able to get forward, and it worked out so much better for them. So you can kind of see a little bit of the cogworks, what's meant to happen when Pioneers play.
It's interesting to me, though, because I don't normally, in this, you can feel free to disagree on this one, but I don't normally see Amphis as the type of player who likes to sit back like that. I feel like, yes, the Pioneers have ulted to it, but...
Yeah, it's odd. In fact, Super Lucky's been the one most of all who's been willing to go for those early challenges, but Amphis, as you said, normally almost worrisomely in front of the ball.
Exactly. So, a very strange play from the Pioneers in that one. Obviously, it worked out for them. They got the win. And, I mean, there was 13 recorded shots from the Chiefs. 0 goals went through, so credit to the Pioneers' defense in that regard. But I don't know if this approach to the game would be enough to get them over a team like Power, who would be pressuring them and challenging them when they are playing that far back.
We head into game number 3, and Chiefs have to reverse sweep to make CJ happy. And we know that's why they play. It's not about who wants it more. It's about who wants CJ happy more. And unfortunately, Chiefs not looking so crash hot in that one, but they did look a lot better in the last game. If they can just get off to a quick start here, maybe get an early lead, maybe even get their first goal. Actually, they haven't scored a single one yet.
Oh, they're still looking for goal number 1. I mean, credit to the Pioneers defense, although it could come here. Hunter with the chance off the backboard. Amphis already there, ready to read it. Kaka tries to slow it down, but the pressure is going to come from that Pioneers defense, so it's going to be a pass back to Finn. Locky commits, won't find contact. Finn doesn't get the second touch.
Thank you for the update in the chat. It appears that Power are also 2-0, maybe about to be 3-0 over ground 0, which does make this matchup all the more important, because you win and you avoid Power all the way to the grand finals, assuming you make it.
It's essentially the easiest road to the finals is the road without Power. You want to do it at night. You want to be a little bit stealthy, not get lit up. Amphis go to the opposite corner. Fiber pops it up for themselves. Nope, they're going to stay on the backboard instead. Hunter now just kind of slow playing. It's a game of chicken, and Amphis bites.
It also means that you don't really need to worry about whether you get it in Game 3, like Pioneers are attempting, or if Chiefs take it in Game 5. No matter what, you're still going to be on the opposite side of Power assuming they finish off this 3-0.
They're kind of on pace to do. Super Lucky. We'll get away from Kaka. Finn is going to pop that one up as well. But again, now all 3 members of the Chiefs kind of staying behind that midfield line while Amphis slow plays it. One tries to cross. Super Lucky demos them. So much space being given to both of these teams at times.
0-all game. We saw that go all the way to the last minute in the last game. It's really interesting to see. Not normally, as we've said, our region we're not normally known for our good defensive efforts. These two teams have been a lot more focused on that defensive half. They haven't let anything through, and nobody's really had the time as well to make a massive play to crack open any of these defenses.
Yeah, it's just interesting to me, though, because we haven't really seen many attempts to really try to muscle crack it open. Normally, when I think OCE against these types of styles, it is that sort of physical bump play or the demo play that will eventually open things up, but neither team has fully committed to it yet. Fiber's actually looking for it now. Gets the bump on Hunter. Finn, though, still back on the line, makes the save.
More than anything else, I've seen a lot of shots towards net in the hope that the opponents would kind of just not be able to get the right clear. And just kind of hoping to force out a mistake. That's, again, another reason why the goals have been low. It's low risk, but also these days, at the skill level of players, low reward.
Definitely that low scoring for, but now it's a sort of a 2v1 situation, yet Fiber doesn't really use Amphis, kind of went straight into the defender there, so it won't work out for the Pioneers. Kaka, a lot of tempo now, goes to the corner, Fiber slows it down, and Amphis should be able to scoop it clear.
Kaka had to play for the pace just to outbeat him, and then that means he can't get the shot on net as Super Lucky looks for a shot of his own. Again, directly towards the target and hoping for a rough clear. Nothing really going cross-field at the moment. Something that Amphis is very good at. Massive bump. Is it going to go in? No, it's posting out. Disaster there for the Chiefs.
Oh, that was their best opportunity yet. The Pioneers pulled the trigger a little bit too early, and Hunter's going to be kicking himself for missing that. That said, pressure still coming from the Chiefs. They're still looking for their first goal in this series. Fibers avoids the bump, gets the save. Here comes Finn, but not there in time. Amphis will clear it to safety.
Very, very ambitious from Finn to think that nobody gets up to that ball after he jumps from the midfield line, but it's all it takes is a strong shot from there. Striker Kaka, and that's the first goal on the board for the Chiefs.
Yeah, it looked like Super Lucky was starting to commit to the corner and realized a bit too late that Kaka was going to be in position for the strike. Enough power from it out of Kaka as well. No longer going for that, opposite end of the goal like we saw in that last game. In the kickoff, why not add another for good measure?
Well, the perfect sweep is off, and now the sweep itself looks off as well for Pioneers as Hunter is the perfect 50. Going over to Kaka's side, and most notably, Kaka kind of cheating a little bit further back so he's able to react a lot easier.
Yeah, clean-looking goal. And again, I'm loving more teams coming up with kickoffs. Strats Kaka almost another off the kickoff right there. And now it's a chance for Super Lucky. Only Finn to beat. Takes to the skies. Hunter will get there, but here comes Fiber looking for the second touch off the roof. Sets up Amphis, who can't make it underneath.
Yeah, he wanted to go under, and Kaka's got his own hat-trick. So far this series, only 2 players have managed to score any goals. It is 4 for Fiber and 3 for Kaka.
Yeah, it's good to see Kaka, though, I guess, getting more involved in the shooting game. It was sort of the player we called out after game number 1 of needing to be more involved by the Chiefs. Granted, a kickoff goal and a counter-attacking goal, I wouldn't really say forcing him.
But those are his type of goals. That's where, even in that grand final that we saw where he scored like 7 goals on the trot. They were all similar to that, where he's getting into good positions, he's finding areas that can turn a pass play into a shot, and that's what we've been missing. I said, so many of these plays were straight towards the net from both teams, but he's actually creating angles and creating easy shots. Good.
So close to greatness. Not going to come through this time. 5 seconds remaining, though, in our third game. It will be a win to the Chiefs to get themselves back in this series. Having to win 2 more, though. And we'll see. If the Pioneers continue to look this sort of passive, I am going to be concerned.
Yeah, I'm not too concerned either way. With Pioneers, they've got to find more angles. They are playing passive, but they're being too direct at the moment, and you can see that Chiefs being willing to provide some more angles has helped them out. As a little update, Power have managed to, apparently, according to Jaden Flow, get a perfect sweep over the top of Ground Zero. So not just a 3-0, but no goals scored by Ground Zero, if that is correct. And a lot of sweeps this round with Kib Gang also 3-0ing Tonka Trucks, Composure 3-0ing Gaming Gamers. They're not going to be too happy. They're 6 players or 6 team members, 3 coaches are all going to be in the dumps after that one. And Fizz 6 has managed to take down Jin G. So starting to shape up here in the upper bracket.
Yeah, it is definitely. That's strange, because normally you would expect some of those 1-1 matches, I guess, to not be a sweep. Normally the third round is when we start to get some of those closer matchups, but that said, round 4, I think is the best round of Swiss, because that to me seems to be where you get the craziest matches and the most impactful upsets.
And it's where you have, some of the Composure are going to be in the 2-1 round, and they're going to be probably facing one of the losers of either this series or the Power versus Ground Zero series, and that's going to be tough. And Hunter again. The kickoffs from Chiefs have been fantastic.
Yeah, they're just coming through again. It was really that looked like it was Kaka just sticking with the play. I want to say found that second touch, the second 50 in the back corner, sets up the rest of the Chiefs side. So a 1-0 lead, third player scoring in this series in the 4th game, and Chiefs that's back-to-back kickoff goals really, and how they get their points.
Ground Zero's Fernando giving us an update. It wasn't a perfect sweep because, quote-unquote, they scored an own goal, so that counts as a goal for them.
Not buying it.
Yeah. Pretty embarrassing. I could never get perfect swept in an RLCS match. That wouldn't be me because I don't sign up.
It's because you don't play, but you know what? Yeah, let the ground zero cope. I mean, they'll probably get through in the 3-1 at this stage. You don't need to score a goal against Power as long as you beat them in the best of 7s. Here comes Fibers.
Anybody remember when they beat Power though, and now they just got perfect swept by them?
It's not ideal, but it's also Power, right? Like you gotta keep your expectations where they belong.
That's fair. You know, I mostly because I actually expect Power to be stronger this regional than they were the last. They won while not actually playing their best, it looked like, especially obviously in Swiss. But even throughout some of the later brackets, they didn't really clean up till the very end. Maybe their final series against Chiefs is where they did look their best. But if you know those players on the Power roster, especially the likes of Torsos, if they're not playing their best, they're still going to be upset, even though they won. And they're going to be really hitting it hard over the last couple of weeks and making sure that they truly do dominate these regionals. And you know, they may be the one team that could actually go completely undefeated in terms of events throughout the entire season, because Carmine Corp are out.
Yeah, that is true, actually. I think they will. I think that would also then put them as like best team in the world if you go undefeated, win 6 regionals.
Yeah. Maybe we give it a Falcons, but we'll see.
Falcons. Released a documentary, by the way, for you. I think that came out today. Worth checking out. As it stands, Hunter.
The Green Dream, it's called?
Yeah. I haven't had a chance to watch it yet. I have it bookmarked for after this tonight. It looks cool, though.
So you're advertising this without watching it. What if they in the entire documentary is just like how much they hate you, or you know, just some random controversial topic, and you just endorsed it?
Well, you know, I also endorsed it with the admits that I didn't watch it, so I think we're okay. And I'd be honored if they even brought me up.
You'd be the kind of YouTuber who would just endorse any kind of deal that comes across your door just because it's got some money in it, right?
Yeah, you know, got to make everyone happy. Call me Ludwig. Here we go, though. Super Lucky. Going to try and set something up across the middle. Has a peek at Amphis. No, actually, we got in the way right there. Fiber. Now going to look for Super Lucky. Is it down and in? Not quite.
Still being on the defense for quite a while now, but Super Lucky gets beaten. It's all on Fiber, and he's completely wrecked. Savaged by Finn, and Kaka, in true Kaka style, will make sure he gets the goal. It's his.
Just stuck right behind it all the way across the middle and through. A 2-0 lead now for that Chiefs side. See if the Pioneers can start to bring it back, but I'm now starting to get more and more concerned for this Pioneers team. Never mind. Kickoff looks good, not good enough.
If it was Fiber on the ball, maybe it would have been a goal. But so far, the only person to get a goal outside of Kaka and Fiber has been Hunter with that first goal in this game. And that's been an incredible difference maker. We're looking towards a Game 5 and a potential reverse sweep after Chiefs were essentially dominated in Game 1 and couldn't score a goal in Game 2 either.
Yeah, but now the Pioneers kind of almost looking like what the Chiefs did. They've been struggling to get anything on. That said, Super Lucky. Only Finn to beat, but puts it up a little bit too high. You know, 1v1, normally you'd like Super Lucky to win that.
I like the fact that he did try and go for the slower shot, as Kaka, of course, gets another one. I do like that he went for that slower shot, but he slowed it down way too much, put it higher than he wanted to. So that did give the defense a chance to come back and get the counter too. It's a 3-0 for the Chiefs, and you got to argue that they're going to win this game.
I think we won to Champions Field out of nowhere. So, you know what? I'm going to say it. Shout out to High. Good job choosing games. Now production 1 and 2 now on the day, as this series is getting more interesting with each passing game. Hunter, with a swing of a miss there. Super Lucky has a chance to come down the middle. Does not get the bump on the Kaka.
You know, people say that we're biased and that we're haters, but you know, we'll give him his stripes. He's picked a good match. We won't talk about the fact that we were the ones that picked this match, and you know, full credit over to Jaden.
Like me with predictions in each game, you gotta always be on the winning side, don't you, Yummy?
That's because all I do is win, 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 no matter what. And it's looking like Chiefs are the ones that. Well, it's kind of. Would you call this a reverse perfect sweep? If
it depends how game 5 goes, but yeah, if the if the Chiefs are able to perfect game the next one, then it would be a perfect reverse sweep, as the ball doesn't quite roll in, so perfect reverse sweep still on the table.
Very interesting. And Pioneers, you know, their defensive attitude worked well for them in the first couple of games, but once we started seeing Chiefs pick up the pace, they are comfortable. They've taken 2 games in a row, and Pioneers haven't seen a sniff. We're going to need to see them step forward a little bit more.
And again, you know, the implication, the chance that a loss here means you could wind up on that same side of the bracket as a team like Power. And if that happens 2 regionals in a row for the Pioneers, that could be their major chances. That could be their world chances all of a sudden in jeopardy. So this game 5 actually, the implications make it very, very important for the Pioneers in particular to win this one out, or for the Chiefs if they want to take that spot.
Yeah, if Chiefs win and they manage to make that run through the bracket and get another second place, assuming Power are undefeatable, you know, whatever, they could even get a first place. But that would seal the deal over Pioneers. They'd be so far ahead. They'd be 2 placement points ahead at minimum. And yeah, you'd argue that would be it. So Pioneers finding themselves in a do or die. Chiefs finding themselves in potential major qualifying match with a lot more work to go across the weekend. We head towards Championship Field.
All about grabbing hold of your own destiny. And I don't mean that in the overly romanticized way. I just mean that you win this series and you're kind of in the best spot to take that number 2 seed. This is the 5 minutes that is going to determine who is going to be in the driver's seat. A very important game on Champions Field about to go down. And I mean, this isn't even a situation too where it'd be like, oh, one of these teams maybe are less experienced at this kind of pressure. Everybody on the pitch right now has been in these types of games before, but I would argue more success has been found by the Pioneer side.
Also interests me because whoever loses this actually loses with an incredibly good record too, which is actually a problem. Because if you lose this, you still want to be on the opposite side of... Oh, actually, no, it's a good thing. It's a good thing.
Yeah. You would want a 3-0 in the round 4. You just
want
to
a 3-0.
ensure that you get the number 3 seed and maybe the possible rematch in the semifinals.
Because Power have guaranteed themselves the number 1 seed, so yeah.
So it's all about, again, putting yourself in that best possible position. Fiber doesn't get the double.
Well, he hasn't scored a goal since game 2. It's been super important part of their offense. He could have continued it on and got them that early start, which has shown to be very crucial throughout the first event. The first goal was often the winner just based on pure confidence after that. But I think also if KCP can get that first goal, their defensive playstyle then becomes an asset.
But the question is, will they be able to find it? Because it has been lacking. Possible chance here for Amphis, but they're going to have to burn a lot of boost just to stay behind. This one has Lucky underneath. Going for the play setup to Fiber, who can't hit that top in. It was close. The setup was there, but Pioneers, just something seems lacking.
Has to be a goal. Fiber has to hit those. Unable to do so. And it's given an opening here for Finn, who's created a lot of chaos in the front half. Hunter will manage to continue it on over to Kaka. Moore's just holding on to the possession in the midfield line for now.
That will help set up Finn off of the roof. Fiber doesn't fight. Super Lucky was the one who made the play underneath. Now Fiber looks to challenge Hunter, and that helps Super Lucky get a good clearing touch. It looks open. Fiber just needs to redirect it in, but can't do it.
Oh, Fiber! He's had 3 chances to score a goal, to win maybe the game and the series. And he's missed every single one. I take back what I said earlier about mechanics. He's just not on right now.
It's been a very rough game 5 for Fiber, and that's not the player you would kind of expect in these situations to start to struggle. Either way, still only a 0-0 game, Yummy. There will be more opportunities, you'd have to think, for the Pioneer side, but right now, it is the Chiefs still looking for their first. Kaka set up through the corner, trying to find Hunter. It's off the backboard again. Finn tries to patiently play it, and as a result, is in position to rotate back. Here comes Fiber, another chance. Save made underneath.
You say that there's more opportunities in the bank, but they haven't had a lot throughout the last half of this series. And Chiefs, on the other hand, have managed to make it best of their opportunities.
Oh, the placement's so good, and I know there's probably a screenshot that the Chiefs are going to want to take of that right there. 3 Pioneers diving, no one making contact, 1-0 lead, just 2:20 to go.
Man, that's some defensive shows of a triple play to try and get across to that one, and nobody close enough to even get a contact straight to the bottom of the net. Maybe not expecting the shot to go there. A double demo, but look at that from Fiber. He's got the breakaway. He just needs to put it in. He's taking out Kaka, but Finn gets back. There's no follow-up in time. That was the chance for KCP to get back.
They almost had it, but shout out to Finn. Again, miracle save right there to keep the Chiefs in the lead in that driver's seat. Although, another opportunity for Fiber. Slows it down. One reset. Second reset. Doesn't get the dunk.
It's close, but he doesn't catch up to the ball. Finn gets beaten. Amphis looks for the 50 on the second. It's going to be a pass across. Straight for the shot. He had the pass opportunity back, but he opts to go for the shot instead.
And good job from Hunter just being in that right spot. That said, the Pioneers definitely increasing the tempo of these plays. They're starting to look more and more dangerous, but haven't been able to seal it yet. And now Hunter just going to put up another lobber. It's a lot of space for the Pioneers to go with not a lot of momentum. That's Fiber staying forward. Pass back down to Amphis. Kaka has it red.
Super Lucky has to do a lot with this one from an awkward angle and not any boost left. Finn now going to waste a lot of time, waste a lot of boost in his own right as Amphis tries to do anything to get it away. Finn's going for some bumps in the net. 0 boost on Super Lucky, so he does well for that 50. It's completely open. Demo from Hunter. And Chiefs, they've kept them scoreless and got a second of their own.
Just a miscommunication, I'd have to think right there. Fiber, I thought was going for the fake to set up Super Lucky, but wound up just a perfect pass back to the Chiefs. Definitely looking like a game Fiber's going to want to forget, Yummy, right there. Not sure how that one came through, but desperation time for the Pioneers. Can they even get one goal, or are we looking at the PRS?
You start looking at some of those goals that Fiber left wanting and start thinking about the differences that could have made, but you also think about the fact that Chiefs haven't let in a single goal the last 3 games. They've completely turned this around. They don't get one more for the road, but 24 seconds left. There's no time for KCP.
Oh, they need to score on this touch, essentially, and then find the kickoff goal, which they have not found. Those have all gone Chiefs' waves. Save is made in the corner, and that realistically should do it. The Chiefs are going to go 3-0, cementing themselves as that number 2 team in OCE.
Incredible. Reverse sweeps, not that common. Especially not a perfect reverse sweep as Chiefs go through a top 2 seed. They're going to avoid power. And now it's really up to Pioneers to do well in the 4th round if they want to do the same.
They need to 3-0 it. They need to get into that rematch, I should say. Otherwise, things could become very, very difficult in CJ. I mean, it could affect their world's chances if they can't make it to this next major.
Gee whiz, I wouldn't, if I'm Fiber, probably wouldn't want to watch that series again. I tell you what,
just watch the first 2 games.
I was about to say, how good did Pioneers look until they actually had to till the final hurdle of actually winning the series? And then, I mean, it's funny to talk about, making the most of your chances, or a team that didn't make the most of their chances. And it's not Chiefs in a Chiefs series. Usually it's Chiefs that are the ones that, their shooting's all over the place. They're trying to find the perfect angle and they can't do it. But that game, I mean, there's one goal in particular, or one goal that should have happened. Open net Fiber, he just had to drive backwards into the ball, Yummy, and he's side flipped out of the way. It's uncharacteristic from him. You listen to the comms videos usually that Fiber puts up, and he's the one that's locked in those moments. The pressure situation, he kind of takes the IGL, the leadership role. And that, he looked good mechanically still, though, which was the funny part. It was just the final, finishing touches that he wasn't adding on to it.
Is it the shooting training pack or something like that? I don't know. Because, he was doing so much in the first game. It didn't... I wouldn't say that Pioneers looked fantastic in the first couple of games, but they were playing very defensively, and then Fiber would basically be their attack, But you can't expect him to do that all series long.
It was weird, though, because game 1, they looked like the Pioneers we'd almost expected. It was from game 2 onwards when we saw that shift in their play style, and as soon as Kaka the first one to kind of recognize, hey, you know, there's going to be angles open for me. There's going to be opportunities for myself. He was the one who started hitting them in game 3, and then kind of the rest of the Chiefs followed suit. So for the Pioneers there.
You know, CJ, there was one thing I really liked in that series from Chiefs, and that was Finn kind of playing a lot of pacey, almost like Kaka-like gameplay to just beat people in that second half. I feel like he was the one who really stepped up to take control of the possession of the ball.
Yeah, he was doing a lot of half rotations and cutting back in, which isn't a normal Finn thing you always see. Usually he's you know, if he's got a 50-50 of go attack or do I sit back a little bit, usually he's happy to sit back. So that was great to see. And I will give credit, you know, although Pioneers weren't very clinical, I will give credit to Chiefs in defense as well, because some of the saves they did make, we saw Fiber go for that air dribble bump in game 5. It was somehow defended, like double save bumped onto the crossbar. So Chiefs to hold, you know, a offensive powerhouse team like that, Pioneers, to no goals in those last few games. Credit to them. And as you said, Power with a sweep as well. We did have a couple of teams going home, but look, we'll recap all of that after this short break. 3 rounds down, a couple of teams through to Saturday. A couple of teams have gone home as well. And by those couple of teams have been Locked In and Soldiers Henchmen. Welcome back to the RLCS OCE Open Qualifier number 5, if you don't mind. The second last one, Morgie. Can you believe that we're already at the second last event of the entire year? Perhaps, at least season. I don't know.
I can't believe it. It's flown through so quickly.
It's I mean, yeah, it's a little bit. So I'd like to hope we're going to get some more stuff at the tail end of the year. I liked having 3 majors, so a little beg, a little please. Let's go back to the 3 major format. But yeah, kind of crazy to think only 2 more regionals left, and then it's off to just majors and worlds. So very important that these teams get whatever points they can.
Yeah, certainly with 2 splits, it feels like every event has obviously been amplified. Only 6 events compared to 9 last season. But we've, back here on the Friday, we just witnessed Chiefs with a fantastic little reverse sweep over Pioneers. They'll be the number 2 seed, and Power only having to play 2 series today. The first one was a forfeit. They have gone 9-0 through to, obviously, the number 1 seed into the top 8. But some other matches happened. No one else went home apart from the 2 teams I mentioned. It's time to get into round number 4. It's time to get into a little matchup here over on the mainstream. We have Kib Gang taking on Composure Formal, a team that I was talking about. You were talking all the smack about in the pre-show about, when's the last time Hawk made a top 8? Well, he's in a great spot at the moment here in the Swiss.
No, I mean, this is a strong team, and the reason why I brought them up at the pre-show was because I thought they could be a team to go through. I just wasn't sure they're on the same level as teams like Kib Game and Ground Zero yet. That's where my questions were, and hey, if they want to prove me wrong, this is the exact game to prove it, Morgie.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just having a look at last round, they took down Gaming Gamers 3-0, which is not the result I would have thought. But it's just going to show that this side is a tough side, and it's really hard to pick this next series. But, we've seen Kib Gang perform, and we know this is a strong team. This was our dark horse last qualifier, and I feel like Composure is kind of the dark horse this qualifier.
We're also looking at, that number 3 seed. Obviously, at this point, Formal, it's kind of how do we avoid Power? It feels like in the bracket. So that 3 seed is super important if you can get the win. Obviously, game diff is going to be huge. Kib Gang, they're +5, so they're in a great spot game diff wise if they are to put in a strong performance here.
Well, that's just it. They kind of have to put in that strong performance here because even though, yes, they're sitting at that +5, you kind of have some other teams that are also pretty similar. I mean, Pioneers are also +5, and they have arguably an easier matchup against HSP. I'll throw that one out there. But
Yummy won't be happy with that.
Hey, you and Yummy are the HSP fans, all right? I'm still not sold on that team. I'd almost like Composure over them.
Composure, Pagsy. Pagsy's a player that has been in and around the top 4 before as well. Negative, he's a top 8 specialist. And Hawk, he's a DreamHack Montreal 2019 land superstar, Morgie. So, you have to think about this lineup. You put them together, it's screaming top 8 to me, at least.
No, I have to agree with you there. All 3 of these players obviously having a significant amount of experience behind them. And as you said, consistent top 8, even top 4 positions. Puts them in a really good spot for the series.
Well, let's get our predictions in, ladies and gents. #Kib, #com. You can see it down there. Great to have the prediction bot working just quietly. Just before we get into predictions, we'll say, as you said, Pioneers HSP as well. We've got some other games going on. Ground Zero Physics. That'll be a fantastic one to watch. EXO, Gingy as well. You got Nick Knack playing Tonka Trucks. Look, there's games going on everywhere, and there are team streams as well. So make sure you scroll through the Twitch, scroll through the Rocket League category and find them.
I just find it funny when you go from yes, we have these, serious games. Chiefs are going out there playing up against, Chiefs already got through, but Pioneers versus HP, GZ versus Physics, and then Nick Knack versus Tonka Trucks.
That is a game. It is a game of all time. But anyway, let's focus on the ones that make it look a little bit more serious. Having said that, it's Kib Gang versus Composure, so it's not exactly some org backing, but let's get some orgs involved just quietly. Yes. Prediction-wise, though, let's get them up down below. I certainly am going to side with Kib Gang on this one. I think they're the deserved favourites, a top 4 team, and I thought they looked fantastic last event. So if they look anything like that, they're bound for another semi-final, I'd say.
I think I don't know about you, Morgie, but I think an argument, for them being a top 4. I had them actually in the top 3 before, but the Chiefs have kind of shattered that for me. This team, though, composure isn't going to be a slouch, and I wouldn't be surprised if this one does go 4 or 5 games.
Yeah, definitely. I think it'll be really tight, but I do agree with you that last call I would have said they're in that top 4 position. Seeing Chiefs just play just then was, they're really standing out now. So it's kind of tricky to say, but I do think this will go to a game 5.
Yeah, it certainly looks close to the top, but, Kib Gang coming off a Game 5 loss. Oh, well, obviously in round 2, this wasn't round 3, but still coming off a loss against Ground Zero Formal. Do you think that might be a sign they're not in as good of form as they were last event?
Don't know yet until we see them play, but again, I always kind of feel like Ground Zero right now is that sort of best of 5 team that they have been the Friday team, so I don't want to kind of knock them down too hard. I think the chat has it right with these percentages down below in terms of the weighting on this one, so I'm liking Kib Gang. I think Kib Gang also is a bit more aware that, hey, if we 3-0 this, we could, be in the half of the bracket without power for the second time in a row, and that's an opportunity that they can't afford to miss.
It's closer than I thought, the predictions, but look, chat's gone Kib Gang. We're all thinking Kib Gang. I want to see Composure step up, though. I'd love to see some more upsets. Obviously, Ground Zero have already caused an upset earlier on in the Swiss, but as we said, we've had Chiefs through. Who will be the other team to make it through, ladies and gents? Well, it's going to be one of these 2 teams. That 3rd seed's on the line, everything on the line. You don't want to miss this one. Guys, take it away.
Thank you very much, CJ Morgie. Here we go. Kib Gang Composure. I mean, you kind of highlighted it best before. This is almost the battle between like the 2 dark horse teams. But do you think the fact that because there isn't an org behind these names, that's kind of what adds to that sort of dark horse mythos around them?
Yeah, true. I mean, when have you ever heard any of us call an org team a dark horse, I guess? You wouldn't really call Chiefs or the Pioneers that going up against Power, but already we've had a shot from Hawk putting Composure up.
That angle was disgusting from Hawk. All right, respect to the name. The man still's got some hits to him. Very fast opening goal from Composure. Hawk with the highlight already, and I think that's going to have to be a key part of the Composure side. Like, so much of this team is going to be reliant, I think, on the performance of Hawk.
Definitely, and I mean, Hawk's been around for quite a while now, hasn't he? Quite a few RLCS events, quite a few even community events and tournaments under his belt as well. And I feel like that kind of experience, I know we've talked about it before, but experience in the game helps with nerves and helps with mental. You could be an extremely mechanical player, like a younger player, say, extremely mechanical with no experience, no tournaments under your belt, and I feel like it takes a bit of time to adjust to that kind of tournament setting. So Hawk's definitely a really key player in this team.
Yeah, very outspoken player, very, prolific player, and especially when you do look at the history of OCE. I mean, again, one of the few players here who has international experience and had that international experience before a lot of these players even, were playing in RLCS matches. CJ highlighted before. They've been overseas together on the same team, so Hawk definitely a veteran to the scene who just kind of pops up now and then to kind of try and carry teams. Gus, though, will get the equalizing shot.
Gus wanting to show off some skill as well. Hawk with one, Gus now with another on the opposite side. It's really, I think, we have put it right in saying that it is battle of the 2 dark horse teams. I think there's a lot of mech, a lot of experience, a lot of kind of, like, I don't know, some players have sat at the top, but there's a lot of, like, bubble player experience in both of these teams. Obviously, we've talked about Kib Gang in the past being that kind of, I don't want to say leftover players, but, Scrub having come from Pioneers, Gus has had a lot of experience as well. Shaw as being that kind of third of the Kakas minions kind of role there. I think it's a really interesting dynamic.
Pioneers, Chiefs, and Minions, which kind of has become, Pioneers, Chiefs, and Chiefs at this stage. The history of all these squads. And yeah, those are all teams that had success in the past and had these deep runs, but were never quite able to overthrow Power. And as this region goes, if you can't beat the #1 team, we'll just blow up your roster and try again. And these are kind of the parts, I guess, that you could argue were the last to find a home, but Kib Gang could be that home, and there's no reason to kind of doubt that this team doesn't have that top 4 and even top 2 potential. I'd say from behind from Shores, whereas when I look at this Composure team, yes, they are a dark horse because they are strong players. You mentioned before, Pagsy has had that top 4 success. Hawk has been international. Negative is a top 8 merchant. But they haven't had the same consistency of success that a team like Kipgang has had. Pagsy equalizing shot.
Yeah, no, I do agree with you there. It feels like I don't know. I don't know how to word this, but it feels like Kipgang is more of a tactical kind of roster, and it feels like Composure's come into this a little less structured, I guess, as a team. But that, again, agreeing with you, it's not to say that Composure's not going to do well in this. They could really cause, I would say, more of an upset here if they were to beat Kipgang there.
It would be. I think it would be an upset, but again, I mean, it's a prolific team. Like, there's a lot of success that all the players on Composure have had in the past as well. The reason why I kind of highlight Hawk, though, as that player to watch out for is because Hawk is, out of all the players on the pitch, if they're on, I think has the best chance to dominate a game. Gus would be a very, very close second, and so far, they have been kind of the two players stepping up, so it is exciting to watch out in that regards. I just like the support around Gus a little bit more than I like the support around Hawk.
Yeah, no, definitely agreed. I'm going to say, see Scrub take the ball up the midfield. Going to get a reset. Can't quite get it, though. Negative's going to block him there. Sure is going to take a shot on net. He's going to get blocked, but 50 straight through. Gone straight through the defender there to give Kipgang a 1-goal lead.
I love that. It's almost like a pre-flip challenge, just knowing exactly where Pagsy was going to go with the ball right there. And that's the kind of instinct and I guess the kind of support that I was hinting at before. I feel like Kipgang, they just might be that small tier above. Granted, still a lot of time left in this series. Composure will start to try to fight this one back. It is going to be Hawk. Half a moon of boost, has Pagsy underneath. Around the corner we go, straight into Gus, unfortunately, and Negative can't do much in the middle of the field.
I would be surprised, Formal, if this team doesn't, if this roster in particular doesn't get picked up by an org at some point. I definitely think they're worthy, and I think that maybe that extra, kind of funding behind them, a coach, something would give them that little boost they need to maybe push up a little bit higher, or at least keep that consistent top 4. But we're going to see Negative get a counter. Third man pushing up a little bit too far from Kipgang. It might be, a little bit more consistency that's needed yet.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like everyone was pushing up too far on that Kipgang side. Just a bit of over-aggression. I guess to build off your point, though, the one thing that has me concerned, because I agree with you, I think these teams would love to see orgs, but we are at the tail end of the season, and I feel like for these players, too, that right there is the motivation to get yourself to a major, right? I feel the best chance they have at picking up that org would be getting that major spot, and hey, they're still in the running. Like, yes, everyone kind of has their eyes, Chiefs, Pioneers, which of these two teams is going to get that second spot. Kipgang are currently tied with the Pioneers. Kipgang can still possibly get that number 3 seed and then have a matchup against the Pioneers, or a matchup against the Chiefs, I should say, away from Power, and all of a sudden find themselves maybe in that battle for that second major spot. So it's definitely not a team we should be overlooking, and if they want to pick up an org, that's the best path to it.
I guess the question I have off that, Formal, then is if the current Kipgang that's playing right now, I know we're only one game into it, but if they were to come up against the Chiefs we had last series, who's coming out of that alive?
Depends. Is it game 1 Chiefs? Because if that's the case, then hey, Kipgang could probably take that. But if it's game 4 or 5 Chiefs, I'm not too sure. Again, consistency always an issue. But first, they got to survive Composure, who are hunting, and they could ruin all of those number 3 seed chances right now, not only with the series win, but with the game win here in overtime. This next goal so vital for both of these teams' chances.
Already into OT, not our first OT of the night, that's for sure. We're going to see shot after shot put onto net. But Composure just too strong. Pagsy now taking the ball to the corner. Going to let it go a little bit further in front of him. Suarez going off the wall, doesn't quite get the jump right. Going to see the ball centered again. Hawk putting it to the corner. A little bit of messy play coming out of both teams right now.
Yeah, it's not the cleanest defense, unfortunately, but the attack not really able to get everything from it. Scrub has the midfield touch, but it will go straight to Hawk, who has Negative going forward, and that's game 1 going to Composure.
Game 1 going to Composure. That is not what I thought was going to happen here. But Kipgang just caught a little bit off guard there. Gus couldn't get to the ball in time. Negative with an excellent goal to win that OT and put Composure up 1 game ahead of the series.
And now Well, the discussion for Kib Gang becomes less, hey, can they steal that number 3 seed? And hey, can we even get through in this 4th round? Great play from Composure, putting this through. And it's so unusual for me to see Negative as that player kind of pushing forward right there, open for the deep pass. Negative's usually kind of in that 3rd member role or kind of lurking right behind the midfield line. So more aggressive positioning from Negative in overtime pans out for Composure, and Kib Gang on the back foot. This could be the beginning of a spicy upset.
Definitely what Composure was needing then and there for Negative to push up, but as we can see from the statistics, it was 9 shots to 15, I think, from Kib Gang. So it's not that they're not pushing up offensively and they're not trying to shoot on net, but Composure have had a few really excellent saves there, and really, managed to keep themselves alive in that series.
It was a good showing from the Composure side to start things off. A little bit of a comeback win in their favor. And now, the question is going to be, how does Kib Gang respond? How do they bounce back? And I'll throw the question to you, Morgie. Jump into the coach position right now. What are you telling Kib Gang to focus on?
That's tricky, actually. I feel like you kind of want to, I mean, I could be wrong in saying this, but I feel like I'd want to say, make an attempt at taking a leaf out of Power's book, and I was talking to Yummy about it earlier, is Power's one of those teams in our region who has a really consistent, really quite developed play style in that they play very offensively aggressive. There's a lot of bumps, a lot of demos, and I feel like this Composure roster being a newer roster, you want to throw them out of balance a little bit, you want to cause a bit of disruption. So if Kib Gang were to play a lot more aggressively, get a few more bumps in, a few demos, throw the rotations out, I feel like they'll have a lot more shots successful in it.
I just won't really know which player on this Kib Gang, though, would kind of take up that mantle. My first thought goes to Gus, but then Gus isn't really the one who could be in position to finish plays, which is something they're very, very strong at in the past. I'm not too sure if that is in this team's wheelhouse, but I do have to agree it would be something nice to see from the side in blue. Meanwhile, for Composure, well, they're the one on the attack right now. Gus, though, will get a free touch with a full take a boost, going to slow the pace down. Negative should be back to make the save. Gus keeps it above them. There was a chance for Scrub, but they couldn't get around it.
I feel like it could be a goal, it could be a role suited to Shores. We saw before that goal where he managed to 50 his way through that kind of free-flip 50 through 2 defenders. Scrub, I've always seen as a bit of a passive player, or at least a very defensive player, whereas Shores seems to be pushed up into offense a lot this series, and we can see just another goal for the Kib Gang side.
Yeah, just an incredibly tight cut, but because Shores was able to steal away the boost from both the defenders there, they were always going to have the tempo, even the little pad, just kind of giving that edge. So really smart sort of half cut right there from Shores, gets themselves the goal. Kib Gang again with the lead. Granted, they had the lead last game. It kind of fell apart on them. Maybe this time they'll hold as Hawk can't redirect the shot for a point.
Or maybe an extra second of the ball, a little bit more composure and control of the ball just then, rather than a shot on net, could have been the goal they needed. We're going to see the ball loose in defense a little bit right now. Agsy lucky to get it out. The ball's taken to the corner again. I think someone's going to need to clear it fast, otherwise Kib Gang are on the attack again.
Gang hunting, Scrub finding, shot right through the defense. It's a 2-0 lead.
A quick 2-0 lead is what Kib Gang needed, I think, after last game. Unfortunately, going the way of Composure. I think they'll be pretty comfortable in themselves now. Maybe parking the bus a little bit to make sure Composure can't score, but we've still got 3 minutes left. There's plenty of time in this game.
Plenty of time, and Shores is going to be the one looking for the kickoff. Not able to find the touch, but Gus will. Net was pretty open, and blink and you miss it. 3 points now.
Another easy goal. It seems like Negative got caught out a little bit awkward there. Didn't quite know whether to go for the ball, or didn't know whether to go for the backboard save or stay on the ground. We can see Kib Gang now up by 3, sitting pretty comfortably. I feel like Composure's really going to need to change things up quickly if they want to score.
Yeah, the pressure is going to be on this Composure side at this stage, and this is a lot more the Kib Gang I kind of expected to see. Maybe a little bit more defense. Maybe they would have had to work a little bit harder for a couple of their past goals, but either way, again, we're starting to see realistically a big speed difference between these two, although Negative might have something cooking here. So it's going to put that shot on Gus with the save. Demo behind them, though, so Gus will have to find a second touch, and this one goes all the way back to the orange side.
I've got to say, Negative has some excellent placement for his shots right now. If it wasn't for the defender in net, that was sitting perfectly top corner. Agsy now taking the ball, going to pass it to Negative. Shot gets blocked by Gusto. Hawk going to center it again. Gets knocked in midair. Ball's gone to Scrub though. Can he keep possession for the moment? Going to try and challenge Hawk. Hawk beats him. Negative taking the ball back up the offensive end.
And doesn't find the touch on top. We'll leave it for Pagsy to pop it up. Gus is there, has Scrub middle of the field. Do they connect? No, it's just going to be a reset for Gus, who helps the second touch out of Scrub. And now once again, Kib Gang could be getting themselves set up in a good position from above. Shores can't get there in time.
Scrub now with an attempt at goal. Gets blocked by Hawk. Gus though, centering the ball again. Gonna go off the roof, get a touch onto the backboard. Negative there just in time to block that though.
Yeah.
Pagsy take it up the wall again. Maybe with a shot on net, gets the block. Can't get the ball onto net.
Not able to finish that play off. I'm watching right now what exactly Composure does in these sort of pressure situations. The bumps coming from Negative opens the door for Hawk. There you go. That's that aggressive play you wanted to see.
Definitely, but it's come out of the wrong side. We were saying Kib Gang needed to step up and be a lot more aggressive before. But Composure's heard us.
Bump goal's a bump goal.
Bump goal's a bump goal. They heard us and they said, yep, okay, we'll attempt that, we'll try that. Yeah, and I think that it really goes to show how important that is with teams that, you know, we look at power and you go for bumps, you go for demos on them, and they know to expect it really well. But those teams that are kind of trying to make their way up that pro list at the moment aren't as used to it. I
was just watching off this kickoff, Morgie, and I saw Gus go for like a cheeky little musty shot. I'm thinking, wow, they're still pretty confident after giving up a goal, and then I saw why. Shores, no challenge, very open net. Demo leads to the goal. What is going on with Composure's spacing in situations like that?
Yeah, definitely seeming quite awkward, quite out of position as well. I feel like, you know, it's hard to say when one team's up by so many goals with less than a minute left. It's kind of your heart's not in it as much anymore, and I feel like teams, you know, do tend to give up, especially when you're not on match point. So I feel like, you know, maybe they'll bring it back a little bit more next game, but they've kind of let go over here.
I was like, the Composure side doesn't have a lot of composure. It was only a 2-goal difference then, and there was still over a minute to play, so I'm hoping they're not just thinking game 3 already. Now, at this stage, I'd maybe allow it. Less than 30 seconds remaining. Going to be a 3-goal advantage. Gus with the reset. Going to try and put that into the corner. Shores will seal the deal. And yes, we are looking at a rebounding Kib Gang who will tie up this series.
Great control from Gus there. And Shores perfect positioning just to make sure that ball was forced through Negative. I think had he not been there, Negative may have gotten the save just in time. But it goes to show, you know, how much these teammates are gelling with each other and how important that is in securing those extra goals.
This is going to be a shot from Shores. Nearly in. Hawk will make the save on the line as we're going to see Gruss throw it up to Scrub. Not able to put it down and through. Shores having a little peek. That shot's on target, and Pagsy's going to own goal.
You know what I love, Formal, is I think we mentioned this last poll, but Shores is one of those players who I think he's extremely talented, and I feel like there's a lot of potential there. But on that Kaka's Minions roster, I feel like he didn't have as much of an opportunity to shine. I feel like when you've got players like Kaka and Finn, who, you know, we could see earlier were very offensive in their plays. I feel like this roster with Gus and with Scrub just allows for him to be that, you know, that offensive goal scorer.
Yeah, and it is good to see, and I think reason why Shores maybe hasn't gotten, you know, more credit, I think, for their performances. It feels like for the past year now, Shores has kind of been the best player on teams that balance between top 8, top 4, right? Like, we haven't seen Shores get those deep runs and be the focal point of those teams, but that hasn't been because Shores has been playing badly. I think Shores has been kind of like the bright light in some mediocre team performances. So it's a reason why I'm kind of hoping this Kib Gang can come together. I think Scrub has kind of had the opposite thing at times where it's like, wow, this team is really good, and then all the spotlight's on Banana Head or on Super Locky, and no one's really paying attention to Scrub, or Scrub has had more of an impact than people may have given credit before. It's why this Kib Gang, calling them like the leftover squad, is not necessarily fair, but kind of the reputation that they've garnered for themselves, even though they have successes and performances like this game are the good. We still have to remember what happened game 1.
Yeah, true. But I think that consistency comes over time, and we're calling them the leftover squad now, but I think with time they will be one of those top squads instead.
I'm not. No, I'm going to reject that. Like, I get that's why they could be seen as, but I'm not going to call them that. They are Kid Gang.
Right. They are Cube Gang. They are our Cube Gang. This was our pick formal from last poll. It was you and me saying this is the team to look out for, and we haven't been proven wrong yet. This is really exciting. I think these guys are going to go quite a long way.
I mean, maybe a small argument could be made that we were proven a little bit wrong with that semifinal performance against the Chiefs that did not go their way. That was their chance to make a statement. But the great thing about having 3 regionals is you get more chances. And, well, Kib Gang, this still needs to be a series that they have to win. They dropped 1 game, which is going to make their path that much harder under the assumption that they could wind up in the 4th or 5th seed, which would be on the same half of as Power. Unless, of course, other teams might start to struggle as well. So we'll see how it plays out. We'll keep you up to date on that. But for now, game number 3, still feeling like must win for both of these teams to get to that early match point.
If it wasn't for Power's performance in the playoffs a couple of weeks ago, I would have thought, they can be taken down maybe by a team like Kib Gang. But Power just seeming way too strong at the moment. We've seen them go 9-0 today. The playoffs, they were just spectacular, and I feel like they let the Swiss get away from them, but they're back on point now.
It also should be worth noting that HSP did take a game off ground 0 as Gus doesn't get the double.
Oh, very, very close shot there. We're going to see Shores challenge Pagsy now. Ball's gone to the center. Gus can't beat Hawk though. Hawk's going to go for a flip reset, can't quite get the touch. Scrub going to take it back upfield, maybe put a shot on net, just shoots it a little bit wide. That was an open net.
Oh, that would have been through, but yeah, it's interesting. I'm not sure it's possible for Kib Gang, by the way, to get the number 3 seed with a 3-2 win. I think then at best it would have to be 4. So if they are going to get the number 3 seed, they're going to have to win the next 2. As we also had another win, it was a 3-0. I did see Physics lost, so they're down. Not quite out yet. Making it through was Ground 0. Sorry, HSP took a game off Pioneers. Ground 0 beat Physics 3-0. That's how that one went. So, congrats to Ground 0 qualifying through. Pagsy shot off the post. Second touch not there. Negative. Will put it in.
Oh, defense just unable to get the save there. Looking a little bit awkward. See Pagsy just shooting a little bit too high. Couldn't quite get the double off the ball bouncing down either. But negative there to collect it. Putting Composure up by 1 goal.
And again, Composure. Current dark horse, the new dark horse, because we're just building a stable of them. Looking pretty good. Just Gus gonna try to drop this one in. Nope, Pagsy will make the save.
I love that about OCE though. We've got it. You have other regions where you've got top teams that can't be challenged, not touched. But I feel like in OCE, when we've got so much shifting around, especially in the top 16, especially in that kind of lower half of the top 16 as well, I think it makes for a much more exciting viewer experience, and definitely fun for us to pass as well forward.
It definitely makes, again, it's why Friday is my favorite day, because there's just so many chaotic results that you're not ready for. And I'll be super curious to see what these round 5 matchups are going to be, which of these 2 teams are going to fall into that high pressure cooker situation. Negative. Looking for Hawk. This could be good. Shore is in the right spot to make the save.
Ball free now on the sidewall. Pagsy going to take it slow. Look for Hawk maybe. Ball gets blocked though. We're going to see Negative take the ball to the sidewall. Trying to keep control of it now. Trying to keep possession. Shores though with a block. Taking the ball to the backboard. Can't get a shot on target though.
Not going to find it this time. Pagsy's going to try to bring it back and actually winds up losing possession. No one near the play. Pagsy tries to back pass it, but it's Scrub who takes advantage of it. And now there is not a lot of boost on this orange side. Hawk has to go for a power clear, and it just winds up going in.
The ball went from one side of the field to the other in a matter of a couple of seconds. Scrub just a little bit late on the jump there, couldn't save the ball. Hawk though, really good game sense to take a shot from that far back.
Yeah, kind of crazy. And it definitely would have been a situation where you expect Kib Gang to have more time to rotate back, but Hawk was just fast to it despite having no boost at the time. Really heads up play from Composure. That's the kind of goal that you feel a little bit silly when you give up if you're on the Kib Gang side. Still 2 minutes left, however. Haven't really seen much offensively from this team in blue. We'll see if they're going to be able to piece something together final minutes. Otherwise, not only would that be the 3 seed kind of falling officially out of reach, but it would also be a prime opportunity for Composure to really mix things up in this bracket.
Definitely, as you were saying before, Kip Gang needing to win this game and the next to make sure that they don't end up on the same side of the bracket as Power. It's looking less and less likely that they're going to avoid that now. Scrub, though, taking the ball upfield, going for a shot on net, gets blocked, unable to get the shot there.
Wasn't able to finish the play. Shores, though, is going to have a chance, going to try to play the backboard. Hawk already there. Time ticking it down. Only a minute 20 still to go, and just haven't seen anything from the Kib Gang in this situation, Morgie. They just have not been able to put any dangerous touches on the field. Shout out to the defense, and now we're double committing. Oh no, Hawk is just going to drive this one straight back down, but actually didn't put it on target. Second touch, not there. Pagsy puts it through.
I thought that was definitely not going to go in by the point. The first miss happened from Hawk, but Pagsy just getting a little double off the sidewall. Nice and clean to get that ball into net. Yeah, this is looking dangerous for Kib Gang now, Paul.
This is very dangerous for Kib Gang. Composure just outclassing them at this stage. These counterattacks, too fast and furious, granted. I mean, Kib Gang, they were kind of pulling the goalie, so to speak. It was the double commit, but at that same token, I was not expecting any of these games to be a shutout in favor of Composure, and yet we're 47 seconds away.
You know what's crazy to me, Formal, is that our first game, even our second game as well, I think Kib Gang ended up with 16 shots on target in that second game. We're only seeing them at 4 shots at the moment. So we can, you can see that Composure's really pushing up a lot at the moment and not allowing them to even take those shots. They had a lot of saves those first 2 games, but now we're not even seeing shots on target.
But the crazy thing to me is it's not like we've spent a lot of time on the blue side of the pitch. It just feels like the ball's been getting jammed in the corner, or it's been going back and forth middle of the field. The Kib Gang just hasn't had a chance to really set up anything threatening, despite kind of keeping up pace-wise. At the end, though, it will be a win for Composure. They're second in the series. They're 1 away from qualifying. Last goal will go through. Scrub will get credit for it. Still 1 second left, so I guess we have to do one more kickoff.
Just one more, but not really looking too likely that they can fix this series. Fix this game. So we will see Composure take this to match point. Kib Gang really need to win the next game. Obviously, they need to win the next game, but they need to change up something quickly because they're just getting dominated right now.
Yeah, that was a bit of a wild game, but hey, it wasn't a shutout. They did get one through at the end. Credit where it's due. Composure, playing the patient game, playing the counter-attacking game, had a lot of opportunities, came through, everyone getting a goal that third game, which is always fun to see. I'm worried for this Kib Gang side. I don't know. This isn't the same Kib Gang that we saw find that success, especially this Saturday during the 4th regional, when they were like, oh my gosh, this team could be like the second best team in the region. Where is that Kib Gang gone?
This is the Kib Gang that we saw in that, in last call, in the playoffs. We talked about it earlier, but HSP won the first game, then Kib Gang came back 3 games to take the win. I feel like they started off really slow in the playoffs, and I feel like that's kind of what we're seeing here, but they're not picking up pace as much as they do.
Well, they're kind of getting slower, unfortunately. Like, they're going the opposite direction, so it's time to make sure the car is driving in at least in first gear, all right? And we can't be in reverse anymore if you're pulling for that Kib Gang side, but if you're Composure, I mean, you want to be going all the way to 6th, maybe even 7th gear, depending on the car you have, because a big opportunity is in their grasp, a chance to be the 3rd, 4th, or 5th seed, which, don't get me wrong, being on the same half of Power, never a good thing, but if you get yourself that easier quarterfinal matchup, well, that's potentially more money in the bank, a chance to get an easier road to the semifinals. We'll see how it plays out for them. 5 minutes on the clock, a chance for Composure to get themselves through into the quarterfinals if they can win this game right here.
Yeah, this will be huge for Composure. They absolutely want this. They're hungry for it. We can tell already a demo off the bat from Pagsy to take out Shores from defense. Scrub blocking the shot on net though. Shores again taking the ball, massive clear up the other end. Gonna go for a shot on net. 2 up. We're seeing a double commits from Scrub and Shores. No one back in defense yet, but Hawk unable to send it back down quickly enough.
I mean, yeah, they won't get punished, but I still have to question the decision-making. Where was Scrub going for? What was the Kib Gang plan right there? As Scrub tries to make Shores tries to make the shot off of the roof, not going to be able to come through. It's the decision-making right now that's coming from the Kib Gang that has me concerned. I almost worry that they're trying to overcompensate because of the factor that they're down.
And I think that, it does come with a little bit of pressure as well. I think they know all eyes are on them. but at the moment all eyes are on Hawk. We've seen some massive goals out of him. Straight underneath Scrub. Awesome, good start for Composure.
I mean, Scrub was trying to pre-jump that, right? Thinking Hawk might go high, but at that angle, it's not too surprising to see Hawk go low just to make sure it goes through. It does work out in the favor of Composure, and now what Scrub going to bring, tries to drive it straight through, instead winds up hitting negative. 4 minutes remaining. Composure edging ever closer to a 3-1 series win.
Hawk going for a block, but can't quite get it. Scrub going to try and center the ball to a teammate, but nobody there. We're seeing Gus take it into the corner as well. These boys are just looking really scrambled, I think, for
They are, and I'm surprised to see that. However, that pass looks good. Shores doesn't get the touch that they need. Negative would have been there potentially for the save either way. Scrub just swings and misses again. No immediate punish from the defense. It's crazy to think about. Even though they're behind, it still feels like the Kib Gang are getting away with things.
Yeah, definitely. I think both teams are playing a little bit messy right now. Kind of lucky for Kib Gang that Composure haven't taken advantage of that yet. But I feel like if they keep playing like that for the rest of this game, it's only a matter of time before Composure's going to run away with it.
Yeah, I mean, that's a scary thought. Good save from Hawk, although without Boost, can't do too much off that backboard. Short's going to try to wait underneath. Has Boost to work with. Tries to straight into negative. Gus from the other side. It's open, and it's in. Tie game.
This is exactly what Kib Gang needed right now. They need that little bit of momentum going against the Composure, especially, I guess, being that kind of seed in this match. Being the team we're looking at as the winner of this match. There's a lot of pressure on them at the moment, so I feel like Composure, kind of dominating this series would be a little bit strange for them.
Well, kickoff almost goes through for Hawk. That could have been a bit of a disaster. It is, again, Composure on the attack right now, but they may have sent too many members. No boost for everybody except Pagsy. Was able to go up for it. Now Hawk with the full tank, going to start to bring it back the other way. Shores goes for the challenge. Ball goes in favor of the Composure side. Gus, backboard. Dropping in a pretty dangerous spot, so they'll collect it before it falls. Straight into Pagsy we go. Back and forth halfway through this game. We're tied 1-1.
Kib Gang really seem to be giving Composure a lot of space and time right now. We're going to go for a demo or a bump, but can't quite get that. We've seen it dodged. Negative. Going to try and block Gus here. We're going to see a shot on net still. Gus seems to save it though.
That was an intentional play, it looked like, from Gus as well, just not wanting to risk the clear. But to go back before, I mean, sometimes the best defense, Morky, is just not moving, apparently. That's what Gus just taught us right there.
Exactly, faked out the demo. We're going to see Scrub. We're going to see Gus trying to get the save on the backboard. Leaving Negative, though, with open space to try and go for a double. Can't quite get it. Shore is there to save it just in time.
As the ball starts to come back to the other side, it will be Hawk with the cut. Now with a backboard to work with. Gets the touchdown. It's not going to go in. Pagsy looking to pass back to Negative, who will play keep away from Shores, looking for the bump. Scrub's able to avoid it. Good thing, too, because now they have to make the post save. Hawk's still going to put pressure on Gus, middle of the field. Here comes Pagsy. 2 defenders low. Shot was not high. Double commit now from the Composure side. They're so desperate to get that shot in, but they're not going to find it here.
Composure just wanting to end this series, just wanting to take it home and run away with it, but Kib Gang putting up a bit of a fight, not letting them get away that cleanly. Trying to take this to game 5. Shores getting the reset, but not quite using it. Gus also not quite a shot on net, going a little bit wide right now.
Yeah, I mean, again, we're just not seeing that final touch right now coming from the Kib Gang, although this could be it right here. Hawk won't get underneath. Gus puts it through. And with 57 seconds remaining, Kib Gang looking to push us to a game 5.
Kib Gang absolutely not out of this yet. We're seeing them step up a little bit more now. Composure. Still 57 seconds left, though, to equalize this, or still maybe potentially run away with the win. Plenty of time.
There is a lot of time. We'll see what they can bring. Hawk wants to do something different. Oh, good read from Shores. That was a very dangerous second touch right there. It looks good, though, for the side in orange. They'll be able to stay on the attack. Negative gets the bump on Scrub, but Shores was the one getting credit for the save. That will clear it back to the orange side of the field, and time is running low.
Almost looking like an open net opportunity there, but teammates not there ready to score it. Hawks going to pass the ball into midfield. Can't quite get it to Negative. Shores now with plenty of time, passes it to the sidewall, looking for Scrub, but he's not there either. Seeing a lot of back and forth at the moment. The ball's just not really in anyone's possession, but we are seeing it down Composure's side of offense. Looking for an opportunity, can't get it.
was a good pass, but unfortunately not enough boost. And now with 5 seconds remaining, this looks very strong for the Kib gang. Negative has to try to keep it up, but there is no orange car around that ball. Kib gang will take game 4, and Morgie going to Champions Field.
We're going to Champions Field. How about that? I think this was definitely a game. I mean, compared to some of the other games we've had tonight, this is definitely a series that I would be expecting to, go the distance. Excited to see how this plays out. I think I'm so confused right now with this series formal. It seems to be going back and forth a lot. One game Composure's dominating, another game Kib gang's fighting back. I think it's very evenly matched, but yeah, tricky to say what's going to happen next.
I mean, funnily enough, you would expect Kib gang to be the team with that composure in situations like this, and it's good to see them winning, even with Scrub struggling a little bit at times. I want to say in that last game, it was not Scrub's best performance. However, when you're able to have a roughie and still come away with a win, normally you bounce back twice as hard. Look at what Power's already done here today, if you need proof of that. I feel like, I was saying this one was probably going to be a 5-game affair, and this is kind of why, because we know Composure has some big hits in them. But when push comes to shove, when we go to Champions Field, I'm feeling like Kib gang's going to be able to finish this one off.
You'd hope so, but I mean, we're looking at Scrub having not played to his best ability last game, but I feel like it was all 3 of them. I feel like Gus and Shores, we've seen them both perform a lot better than they just did. We're seeing whiffs out of all 3 of their players. If this was Kib gang at their peak performance, we wouldn't be at Game 5 right now. They would already have taken the win, but they really seem to be tripping up a lot right now.
And we'll see if this Composure team can take advantage. It looks good off the start. Pagsy's shot, though, will be saved on the line by Gus. Now Hawk, again, tries to play through the corner. Negative's going to wait underneath for the ball to come to them, so Gus will keep it high as long as possible. Actually gets it over Negative, turns it into pressure. Shot from Scrub will be saved.
Massive carry from Gus to take that ball up one end from the other. You're going to see a block now coming from Negative, but the ball's going to get put to the backboard. Scrub now taking it to the corner, going to get it past Hawk, going to get it past Pagsy as well, potentially. Pagsy just enough time to make it back, though. We're going to see a shot on net, can't quite see it.
Let's see it there. Here comes Negative with Hawk. That looks good! And just like that, Composure strike first blood.
As we've seen in, I think, all of the... Has Composure had the first goal in all of the games so far for them? I feel like...
Definitely a majority of them.
Definitely a majority of them.
I think it has been 4. I think it has been 4.
Feels like it's just Kib gang trying to keep up right now and trying to chase after Composure when they've got the lead. We haven't seen Kib gang really come out of the gates too quickly yet, so they've still got a lot of time to equalise this and to hopefully take the lead, but they're going to really need to change things quickly.
That they are, as we're going to watch Pagsy kind of play this one out through the corner. Here comes Gus, reset, not quite, instead tries to fake it underneath. No one bites, but it doesn't matter, the passes are still there. Shore is top bin and in, and we're tied 1-1.
That was an excellent shot from Shores. Gus with a lot of composure there, I will say it, to keep the ball alive. Shores with a perfect shot into the top right corner. We've had ourselves a game on us now.
Yeah, well, that we do. Tie game, Champions Field, a chance to go to the quarterfinals on the line. And at this age, it doesn't matter what seed you are. You just want to secure your spot in Negative.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Scrub. Tried to get the backflip, tried to save that. Just wasn't the move. I wouldn't call it an own goal because the ball was going in anyway, but just a little bit too slow to that save there.
Scrub's struggles continue in this series. My man just can't piece it together, and now it's looking pretty open for Negative as well. Gus with the assist. It's 3-1, Morgie.
No. Already we're having the downfall of Kib gang after such a performance last qualifier. They were looking so strong. As we said, they were looking like one of those top teams, one of the top 4 teams perhaps. This is not a top 4 team we're seeing right now for them.
No, it's not, but on that other end, Composure showing, living up to their namesake, coming through in the clutch. Is still a lot of time left, so we don't want to give them their roses yet. However, we have seen Kib gang behind a lot in this series, and their play hasn't cleaned up in the way that we were hoping to see going into this 5th and final game. They need to score on this attack. You'd have to feel like to quell the bleeding. Can they find something? It will be Scrub underneath, not able to find too much. Hawk will find Negative underneath themselves. Opts to go solo instead. Gus slows it down. Time continues to tick down and whittle away.
We're seeing Hawk caught in the corner at the moment, gets a touch straight to Shores though. Still manages to get the challenge off. Gus now, I was going to say with plenty of time, but Hawk just too quick to the ball. Scrub going to take the ball downfield as well. Potentially look for Shores. Can't quite get the pass off to him. Gus taking it into the corner as well. We're going to see a pass now. He gets bumped by Hawk though, and the ball's just caught in the midfield.
Hawk is going to try, take the shot. I thought we were going to see the pass in the end. It still does lead to the Paggy C strike. Can't do too much after that. Here we go. Big opportunity for Kib Gang if they can get that point. Trying to run the defense around. Scrubs waiting on the other side. Hawk, though, too fast on the interception, and again, the ball gets cleared.
Composure not wanting to give away a single goal, even a single moment of possession right now to Kib Gang, challenging them early, not letting them to have the ball. We're going to see Gus take the ball up, coming off the roof, going to go for a pass, maybe looking for Shores, who's not quite there. Shores going for a shot on net!
No way!
Shot on net!
No way!
Negative there to save it.
Unbelievable that one does not go in. Kib Gang had the ball exactly where they wanted it, but the defense too fast, too composed. Composure, just doing it again and again, keeping Kib Gang away. And as this time continues to whittle down, Gus still trying to find pressure. Scrubs going to put it off the backboard, but Shores nowhere in sight. The ball gets cleared again.
The shots are just not going on net at the moment. Not that they want them to. Right as I've said that, Gus gets a shot for Kib Gang, bringing them to 2-3 at the moment, keeping them alive in this series. Hawk just can't get to the ball.
Yeah, it was a bit of an awkward situation having to avoid the demo coming from Gus, not quite able to do that and find the ball at the same time. So, minute and a half, goal required. Kib Gang, this is no longer about, what seed they can get. This is just about getting through to that quarterfinal. Composure wanting to play spoiler here. Just need to hold on for a minute 18 to go. They've got 3 members back on defense. They kind of need it as Pagsy actually does try to push forward, but Gus wins out on the 50.
I feel like this is the qualifier of upsets formal. We spoke earlier about Grammys being out of it, being knocked out early. There's just I don't know, nothing can be predicted at the moment, and we're seeing that right now with this Kib Gang Composure side. Although we did think it was going to be tight, we thought Kib Gang were going to step it up. They need a goal now, and Shores equalizes it.
And that's the goal that they needed. Scrub tries to set up through the corner. Hawk just can't make the backboard read, and it's just the purest strike you will find. 3-all, getting the Kib Gang right up in this one, and now game tied, 52 seconds remaining. I'm going to say the next goal probably wins this series.
Oh, absolutely. And I feel like Kib Gang have finally got the energy they needed. They've equalized this. They've locked in now. They've realized we lose this, then, we're in trouble. They've finally gotten that extra goal. Still, this could end up going to OT if no one scores now, but Pagsy gets a shot.
It was from Hawk, though. Watch this dribble and the setup. It is so clean, and yeah, eventually they get bumped away, but Pagsy, full trust in the team. Make sure they are there. Composure just coming through in the clutch. 34 seconds to go. How can Kib Gang answer?
Hawk dribbling the ball from in front of the ball. That's not something you see too often. But again, a testament to their name, a testament to their composure. Hawk has absolutely been a threat today. We're going to see Pagsy. I'm sorry.
Has been. I'm agreeing. Absolutely. Oh, here we go, though. There's 13 seconds left. This is the last attack for the Kib Gang. Shores gets bumped on the play. Gus underneath, posted in!
You can't count Gus out just yet. Equalizing this for the Kib Gang now. 10 seconds left, though, formal. We're either going to see a kickoff goal. This is going to OT.
This game has gone ridiculous, it feels like. So many goals in the past 2 minutes. Every time a team starts to pull ahead, it's just clawed back by the opposite side. Do we see a kickoff goal to end it? If we do, it might come from the Kib Gang side. Negative keeps it up high, but Gus is there with boost, with the reset, off negative, and on goal! Are you kidding me?
Oh my god, no! What happened? Composure
What was that?
Composure.
Negative just double touched to end the game!
Oh no, that is not what you want. Composure looking so good there. I don't know that there's too much negative could have done. That is not just that! Unfortunate. Yeah, but
I have never seen an ending like that, CJ. Did you script that?
Oh,
I'm not even talk now. We're all done.
absolute cinema. I was ready to analyze that series. Break it down. Can we somehow get a production? Can we work on a replay? Can we get a replay of that somehow? Oh my goodness. How does that happen? How has that happened?
It was the perfect end.
He
Composure.
left, and then he's left the game before the replay even started. That is all time. Oh my goodness, I can't breathe. Oh, honestly, that is a phenomenal. If it was down the other end, that's a phenomenal double tap. If it was down the other end, that was stunning. That was world class on 0 seconds. But I'm not sure why he's jumped. He's double touched it somehow. But look, unfortunately, I thought maybe I was ready to rinse you formal about composure, about how good they're looking, about fantastic, a great win over a top 4 team. Negative's gone and double touched it into his own net on 0 seconds after they were up a goal. How many leads did they lose in that game? 5. They scored in 10 seconds. They lost the lead. They got it back. And then they lose in regulation. Ladies and gents, if you're not having fun watching some OCE RLCS gameplay, I don't know what you're doing, because this is just entertainment 101. But look, that's round 4. Just looking around the ground. Ground 0 with a sweep. Fantastic formal. The guys are through. Physics got swept, Don't know how they're going to go in round 5. What else do we have around here? Pioneers, they're through. They've locked in number 3 seed with a 3-1 win. So that's big, avoiding the power side of things. And then we've got Exo Clan, they're through to round 5. Knickknacks through to round 5. And some crazy matches coming up.
It is interesting. I'm just trying to regain my set composure, but I think you hit the nail on the head, though. The Pioneers winning 3-1, it's pretty big. Getting that 3 seed, pretty big, because when you look at the team still remaining in this, you'd expect 6 or 7 seed, whoever they come up against, they're probably going to win that one out. So we will most likely, not guaranteeing after what we just saw, they'll most likely be getting that rematch against the Chiefs on Sunday, assuming they take care of business, which is kind of the matchup we want to see eventually. But this also secures Kid Gang versus Ground Zero in the quarterfinal, and that's an exciting matchup.
Yeah, we're getting some ramifications, Morgie. What are your thoughts on what's just happened on that beautiful series that you just casted?
I'm also at a loss for words, but Paul and I were talking about it. The entire series is just that is not what we expected out of Kid Gang, and I feel like Negative's own goal just then, I feel like that was a real lifeline. I feel like that was lucky. That was purely lucky, because I feel like had that not happened, Composure was running away with the series. I feel like they were stronger, they were more consistent. Kid Gang just weren't giving us what we thought they were going to give us, and I feel like they need to take a break, they need to step away, maybe do some reviews, maybe look at their replays, kind of come back.
No, you don't look at that. You burn that replay.
No.
That replay is...
Forget about that series. What series?
Yeah.
No, look, I was just saying to Yami, what's going on? Our top 4's capitulating just when we want our, top of the region to get better and better. But goodness me, I cannot wait. Look, we're going to go to a break. After the break, I can't wait to get Yummy in here to analyse that series further. I'm sure he's got some thoughts on it. Ladies and gents, don't go anywhere. The 5th and final round of the Swiss stage is coming right up next.
All right, we are back. We've had some time to compress, take in what just happened. Yummy, straight to you. Need to hear your thoughts.
Well, look, we're known for a lot of things here in OCE. You know, you got your poo flips, your open net misses, and your own goals. And of course, we've had the legendary Siki own goal over at Worlds, and now we can add another one to that tally with Negative scoring an absolute blinder of an own goal. You know, just one more to the tally. CJ racked up probably hundreds of those, but not quite as memorable as this one.
How many of them were game 5 with 0 seconds left, right? Like, that's what makes it special. It was...
I can't believe it. A lot of people are going to be giving so much trash talk to Negative for maybe the rest of his career, but at least probably the rest of the season.
Look, Morgan, what's your take on this one? Because, like, we know ex-player, you've been in positions before. You represented OCE overseas. How do we recover from this?
I haven't owned gold like that, but no. How do you recover from something like that? I feel like you just got to cop it on the chin, accept that it happens. And like you said, like Yummy said before, he mentioned Siki's own goal. Stuff like that happens. You got to move
never
on.
recovered from that.
You got to come back stronger, and I believe that he will. And I believe in the Composure roster. I think that they gave us a really good showing of their potential. So hopefully, you know, they sign up as the same roster next fall, and I think we'll see.
Whoa! They're still in it. They're still going round 5.
They still
their name's Composure.
Oh, my
They've
bad.
got to compose themselves right now.
And if you win your next game, then it's all forgotten, right? You get through. You still make quarterfinals. It's all good at the end of the day.
I'll make sure nobody forgets.
All right, well, I guess that would be coming from you. But yeah, Composure, they're still playing on through. Their day is not done. I believe their last match is going to be against the Exo Clan. But for us here, we've got to look ahead at our last game. We're finally getting the infamous 6, 7, 8-man roster, Gaming Gamers on stream, taking on Fizz 6. And I mean, Yummy, break this man down.
Well, I don't know how you beat a team that has 7 players on the roster. The Gaming Gamers have also 8, actually, because they've got 2 Akamis and 1 crazy. Zenulus is missing, of course. 3 coaches and a sub, so I don't know how you beat that. But Fizz 6 managed to make our top 8 last week. They've got Tonio, and that's all I'll say.
Yeah, both strong teams, both a lot of potential. I feel like, you know, that Gaming Gamers side, we've got a lot of mech in those players as well. Obviously, Zen being our KBM mechy wizard. We've seen him go up for a lot of solo players, a lot of good team passes as well. Akame also quite the mechy player. I feel like Crazy's kind of that all-rounder of the team. So keen to see how they perform today.
I mean, look, whenever I look at this team, my thoughts always kind of goes back to Sour. I'm still a believer of Sour. I might... I'm always banging that drum, even if they're on the physics side, and I'm waiting for another performance like we've seen from in the past. But I do feel that, I mean, we talked about a lot 2 weeks ago. Physics has kind of become the benchmark 8-seeded team right now. And if Gaming Gamers are going to go, what? We have!
Chat just updated us. Sour's not here today.
Oh.
Well, I'm guessing it's Clown.
All right, I need to just quickly make a quick change in my off-screen prediction real quick with new information given to me. We're just gonna go ahead and fix that up. But you guys, with all the information, I think get ready to drop those predictions soon on who you think is gonna win this. Without Sour, that's gonna make things hard.
Yeah, because we don't know how they're gonna play with their sub. That'll be really interesting. Wait, is that Pants? No, I don't know. Do you know who Pants is? Do you know? I'm just saying.
I know.
No, Pants is a well-known player. But he's PB, so we'll see.
And I believe that is
quite the ranked
actually
player.
who is playing from. That is their registered sub, so I believe it would be PB coming through.
PB. Well, I don't know who that is. Funnily enough, we're gonna find out very shortly, I guess, who that is.
You know, what a place to make a debut, though. Game 5, winning in situation. Who do you guys believe in PB or Pants? Hashtag Fizz6 if that's the direction you want to go. Otherwise, GG for the Gaming Gamers. And I don't know, like, having a sub in this type of situation, I'm definitely a lot more nervous now for the Fizz6 side.
Definitely. So wait, is PB Pants?
No, it's not pants.
No. Okay.
Anyway,
I don't know.
thanks,
then.
AJ from Phys6 gave us the update on that one. But looks like Chad and Melissa going towards GG, and I think that's fair. I think you look at the roster, you got to go GG. But I wonder how much.
How can you not? There's so like I would even say like
when you're scrolling down through their roster, you have to go through. I reckon that gaming gamers could literally like just throw in a completely new roster with all of their rosters, with all of their 7 players every single game, and they'd still be able to win.
Well, that's what I was kind of get at right now. Like I feel like you could put Dumbo in there, and they'd still probably be favored. Keta would probably help them as well. They'd still probably be favored if they put them in. I'd even rate Fruity. I've seen him play in like the ODT. Let's see what he can do.
Don't say it like that. I'd even rate Fruity. That's kind of mean. But then again, I always said that when I was coaching Reciprocity too. So fair enough.
Fair enough.
Anyways, oh, sorry.
Do we have our predictions? That's what I want to. I'm curious. It should be coming soon.
Just did.
No, it's not the
I know
chat's
you're
predictions.
American, but come on, get your reading glasses on.
Fair enough. I mean, there they are. Well, I wanted our predictions, not Twitch chats.
Our predictions were there. We all win gaming gamers. They were there on the screen, right down there, big orange. It was really hard to miss.
Well, Phys6 is going blue side, so Twitch chat disagrees with us. They want to play them. I had stuff over the top. I must have missed it. My bad on that. But all right. Well, why gaming gamers besides the subs then? Why besides the subs? Why gaming gamers?
Who you asking?
And both of you.
Morgie, go for it.
Well, I mean, I feel like even if Sour was here, I feel like I was still slightly leaning towards the gaming gamers side. I know Phys6 are a strong team with Sour, and now they've got PV subbing in. But I mentioned it before, I like the mech that comes out of the gaming gamers. I think they've got a strong history as well. I think they've got a lot of experience. Zen has been around since the start of the game, really. And I feel like that could really come into play here.
I'm the same. I actually want to back Crazy, weirdly enough. So, Zenulus is the well-known player on this roster, but Crazy's the one who's kind of been the most impressive up-and-comer for me. Akami, very mechy as well as a player, so that'll be interesting with Akami, whether he feels like a puzzle piece that hasn't ever really clicked in with the rosters that he's been on, but it feels only a matter of time.
Well, we're about to find out which of these teams is going to get through into that quarterfinals. Phys6 looking to defend their spot with the sub. Gaming gamers looking for their first top 8, as you two will take us in.
Only 3 spots left here in the top 8, and Phys6 look to return. Well, gaming gamers were expected at the beginning of the split to be there. Haven't been able to find that success just yet, and this could be it right now.
Yeah, chat not too happy with our goal there, Yummy. We see a few people.
Sour overrated. Sorry, what?
And look, we're talking about Fruity before. I was going to say I played ODL with Fruity, and don't underestimate Fruity. I think coming in as a coach for this side as well is, I think that'll be quite critical to their success.
Hopefully. I think he's the assistant coach, the assistant to the assistant coach, as Phys6 do get on the board, and it is the Super Sub PB with the first goal.
PB already off the bat getting a nice clean shot over Akame into net, putting Phys6 up by 1 goal. What a time for a super sub. Are you already rating him over Sour Young?
I'm going to say it right now. It's an upgrade. You were unwilling to say whether Luna was an upgrade or a side grade or a downgrade. I'm saying it. Sour wouldn't have hit that.
We did call Luna a side grade. We called him a different player. Not necessarily an upgrade or a downgrade, but I mean, Luna's been going off. Luna's played so well.
Yeah, so you were wrong. You didn't say it was an upgrade, and you ended up being incorrect on that goal.
Depends on the game, Yummy.
Fair enough. Let's not argue any longer, because Zenulus has managed to get the first on the board for gaming gamers, and it's a good one to get started.
And just a nice tap in from Zen. Not the usual goal you see from him. I feel like, like I said before, we see a lot of mechy solo plays out of Zen, and that's something I'm looking forward to this match. I feel like the last, or at least maybe just the series that I've been casting tonight, we haven't seen a lot of overly mechy goals. We saw some good shots in the second series of the night, and we were talking about that shot off the roof from Finn. That was really cool, but we haven't seen too much of that since.
Was Negative's goal not mechy enough for you?
We're going to keep talking about this for the entire series, next qual as well. He's just not going to let
this
that live
guy
down.
is putting on a show, doink into double to win a game 5 at 0 seconds, and you're saying there's not been very good goals.
I'm saying he probably wouldn't acknowledge that as a good goal, if I'm being completely
Not going to
honest,
put it
but
on his highlight reel?
Probably not. I would think not, but who knows, you know, an own goal is an own goal, a good goal is a goal. And we're going to see the ball go to the sidewall now. Tonio looking for a pass into center, shot on as well again by PB, but this time it gets saved.
Antonio putting in a lot of work, and he's the player I'll be watching over for Fizz 6. You know, used to be CJ's favourite. Maybe didn't perform enough and stopped being CJ's favourite after some time, but still a very good player. He's been another one of those players that kind of got close to retirement. I don't think he actually did retire, but he was talking about it. But this season really reinvigorated a lot of those people. Hawk in the last series. Tonio regained that confidence, and see how he goes in this series.
Said that Crazy was your kind of, I guess, favourite from the Gaming Gamers side, or the player you're looking out for at the moment, and you've given your opinion on Sour. Sour's not here, but if he were here, who's your favourite player on the Fizz 6 side?
On Fizz 6, Tonio. I mean,
Tonio, you're looking out for
mentioned
Tonio?
that. Yeah, looking out for Tonio. CX9, I want to see some more of him. It feels like he's very early on in his career, so we haven't just got to see too much of him, or enough of him just yet. See him get that experience. But Tonio feels like he's meant to be a somewhat finished product at this point, and the sort of team, or sort of person you'd build a solid team around.
That's a fair point. You see Tonio now taking the ball up the field, but Zenulus there to block him. Zen going for a double off the sidewall, can't quite get it past two defenders there to save it. Ball gets tapped back into the centre. Tonio trying to take a shot on net, gets a double to the pass. Shot on net, nobody able to sink it.
Can we just acknowledge that PB has more shots than, or as many shots as the entire Gaming Gamers roster, and somehow they've managed able to defend it? And then Akami gets the dunk.
Now, unfortunately, not the tap away, not the save that they quite wanted there. Akame ready to read that. Akame just flew through to that ball then.
Sometimes when it's your day, it's your day. And Akami's having a bit of a day so far. Almost ruined it with a kickoff goal from, once again, man of the hour, PB. Somebody get him some jelly, because nobody's currently supporting him on that team. It's just all the PB show.
Oh, we're the newest PB fans. I feel like Chat is also going to become a PB fan if he keeps up his composure the rest of this game and manages to score, you know, another goal, maybe another good save. He might be the real threat on this team right now.
And Sour.
Oh!
Okay.
What?
I was going to say, Sour, you're the truly the one under threat, but CX9 manages to get a big long drive. I don't think Tonio's just using that to steal it. Did not change the direction of the ball at all.
Oh no, and also a whiff. I didn't see who that was in defense just then, but massive whiff up in the air just then, unable to get to the ball. You see Crazy take it to the corner, look for a pass maybe. Ball's gone up into the center. CX9 with a massive clear downfield. Zen with plenty of time to bang it back, looking for Crazy on the sidewall. Crazy can't get to it in time.
Will be a counter-attack coming out right now as Zenulus doesn't have the boost and hoping to beat out the defender with the support behind him. So it's going to have to be the long drive by Akami. Gets intercepted on the roof by Tonio, but a big miss almost opens it up. Tonio manages to get back to cover as well. And been mentioning Tonio's name quite a bit as he sets up the pass. Ooh. What a shot from CX9!
Perfect positioning, pixel perfect, I'd have to say, to get that ball to go off the crossbar, straight down into net. Perfect shot from Tonio. Perfect shot from CX9, my bad.
Gaming Gamers might have 7 people on their roster with 3 coaches, but Tonio was playing like 3 different positions. He hit the ball 3 times in a row, constantly covered, and finally got the pass up for a fantastic shot from CX9. And tied up game after it looked like the Gamers were well and truly in the lead. I'll let this go, slipping on this 0-second mark. CX9 for another, and Senulus manages to get it away.
BB gonna keep the ball alive though. Unfortunately, Akame was there to make sure Tonio could not take that shot on net. And Yummy, again, we've got another OT for the night.
You love your overtimes. I've had a lot of them today, mostly in the series that you're casting, which is good. More practice for you, I guess. Because, you know, let's face it, I'm perfect. I don't need any practice.
Right. I don't know, Yummy.
It was like when I played
HSP.
ODL, right? And I practically won the entire thing with 2 terrible players on my team, and I didn't practice it.
Hang on, Jimmy can hear you right now. He's here, he's listening right now, and Tins, I don't know, I think Tins is a pretty strong player, and oh, don't count Dodge out, Yummy. What do you mean?
I don't hear Jimmy or Tins here at the moment, so they can't defend themselves. That means they automatically win the argument. That being said, so overtime starting to go the way of gamers. They've had the possession, they're getting the pressure, they're stealing the boost away from that defensive zone of Fizz 6, an important clear. As it gives them some time to get the boost. CX9 has the full, and that will be enough to at least get a 50.
And great patience from CX9 not to rush Akame there and allow him to have that kind of what was I going to say, that challenge opportunity. You can see Tonio taking the ball up center now, goes for the reset, gets it. Akame's there to save the ball though.
Ooh, rough back touch, but ends up being a pass to CX9. Maybe a chance here for Tonio. Puts it low as PB gets beaten. CX9 was there as well. Not too much trust really coming out from Fizz 6 on PB, and I think that's an utter shame considering he is literally the greatest player we've seen today.
Yes, BB absolutely giving us a performance of a lifetime, and you love to see it.
He's really giving us out his personal best, I would say.
Oh, absolutely. Where has PB even come from? We were saying before, we thought PB was pants and we were corrected. PB is not pants. Where's PB come from?
Well, apparently it's his first main event, according to Lumids, who is one of the owners of Fizz 6. Big shout out to Fizz 6, the org, because they're always good sports about me making fun of them all the time. They've also been very good at being interactive in the chat throughout these games.
Yeah, and I think just an overall incredible org in the community, putting on a lot of community events. You know, they've had a lot of support for a lot of players, a lot of put money into tournaments, that kind of thing. I think that really goes to show that they've got a lot of heart and a lot of dedication for this community. So massive appreciation for them. We're going to see a shot on net from Akame. Can't quite get it though.
Drive down from CX9. Couldn't get the flick over the top. Instead, it's going to be PB once again. Needed the support of Tonio for the bump. He's get avoided out, and the defense is on for gamers as we hit 3 minutes into that overtime. Very much down the middle gameplay for the both teams as PB tries to change that up with a self-pass off the wall. This is going to be cleared out here if they can from Crazy.
Does make me wonder, Yummy. I think it was, I'm trying to look for the game now. Gaming Gamers obviously having lost power earlier, but it was Composure. That's what we were talking about before. Composure Rio'd Gaming Gamers. And it makes me wonder what happened a couple of rounds ago, because Gaming Gamers are seeming fairly strong right now. You know, quite a challenge for Fizz 6. No one's really pulling ahead just yet. And Composure, you know, they had a strong performance as well, but I don't think enough to take on either of these teams right now.
Well, I don't know. I think versing up against Kib Gang is a much more daunting task. And Zenulus, he still got it as well. 3 minutes 48 in overtime. Somebody needed to step up, and it's this angle and a half.
Here is the Meki carry we've been wanting to see from Zenulus. This is what we know and love from him. That was a great goal, a great double, perfect positioning, and I think, yeah, we're going to see a lot more from Gaming Gamers like that in the next couple of games.
Now, what I've been told is that Zen is not playing as much Rocket League. You know, he's not trying to take this as seriously as he used to. So I really want to know, what's his hours like at the moment? Is he crushing it, or is he hitting doubles like that with minimal?
That's a good question, really. It makes you wonder though, if Zen does have low hours, how dangerous would he be if he upped his hours? Because shots like that, if you're not playing and you're hitting shots like that, that's incredible.
Now, to be clear, I just looked up one. He doesn't have his recent hours played, but he does have 11,272 hours in Rocket League. So, guys, if you want to be able to score shots like that, just put in another 11,000 hours and you'll be good.
What do you reckon? How many hours do you reckon a lot of these players have, Yummy? Because I've heard it even, the top pro players upwards of 10, 12k hours. Do you reckon that's still the standard for these kind of top 8 teams? Surely not. It's a lot. A lot of hours.
Let's be clear, for one, only one of these two teams is a top 8 team. And that's just me roasting them a little bit. But you could go anywhere from kind of that 4,000 hour mark, weirdly enough, up to that 11,000 hours is pretty extreme on the high end. Zen, obviously a massive grinder. But you kind of find that a lot of the younger players, the more mechie players, they've come through an environment where they know how mechie you can be. They know what mechs are available. There's YouTube videos are available. You can get up to speed to like a 90% way quicker than you used to be able to do, where some of the older players, your Tonios who are in their 50s, still have to like kind of go through the process of learning new mechanics as they come.
Yeah, that's true actually. And I mean, other than the resources being available, those older players have to, old habits die hard, and they have to break old habits and learn new mechs. So the newer players coming into it, like you said, having the knowledge of something like a flip reset, this is something I've got to aim for kind of thing, you can get to that a lot quicker.
First goal on the board for Gaming Gamers. They start off strongly. Will be looking to maybe get a 3-0 and put themselves comfortably through as Tonio finds the gap and gets the first goal the other end. It's tied up.
Antonio not going to let that 3-0 happen. Going to put in a fight for the physics side right now. Gets a nice shot into the corner. Kame not there in time, equalising this game very early on.
Little thing to note as we do find maybe a back and forth game or back and forth series potentially happening, is it doesn't really matter for both of these teams whether or how much they win by. They both have very low game differential already, so as far as I can see, they'll be guaranteed 8th seed whoever wins this one, which means first round up against Power.
Ooh, I don't think anyone wants to take that 8th seed, but regardless, to make it to the playoffs, you're making it to the playoffs, whatever, you'll take it. But that's going to be a tough first round.
Top 8's a big step. That's where the money really steps up, and also the points makes a jump too, as Crazy was the one to jump up and score that goal. Maybe even look for another one off the kickoff. It's just blocked away by CX9.
CX9 with a massive opportunity. Open net now, takes the ball up the wall, past 2 defenders, completely clear, does not miss those.
Yeah, a little odd that gets past everyone. Crazy diving past and, almost faking out his teammate below. So tied up game, CX9 has delivered a brutal blow from end to end.
Still plenty to happen in this game. Still 4 minutes left. A lot of time, a lot of space now for Tonio. Danielis meeting the ball on the backboard though. Gonna air dribble the ball all the way down the field. Gets the reset. Goes for another. Ooh. Can't quite get the shot, but what an epic show of mech that he's displaying right now, Yummy.
Love it from Zenulis. He's always been known for his solo mechanics, and I feel like if he's able to get to that level once again, he will be scoring a lot of the goals and could potentially single-handedly win the series for the likes of Gaming Gamers. So far, Fizz6 have been able to deal with him just well enough in this game. With a few solo plays he has had. Just a couple of dives past. Crazy needing to get back into defense quickly.
I would like to see a lot more out of Crazy than we've been seeing so far, Yummy. I think that, you were saying
2 goals not enough?
2 goals, I mean, yeah. I feel like...
True. I want to see a hat-trick from him.
I want to see a hat-trick. Hat-trick right now.
2 goals not bad. 3 goals. Yeah, then you're a normal real player, 4 goals, then you're good.
3 goals is where you shine. You got to get a hat-trick.
Doesn't count till you get that, but he's been playing kind of that fast play. He's trying to make sure that the plays get shut down before anything else. He's been quick to the ball. And that's a lot of what I'm looking for from him, but CX9 has found himself with an opening net after none other Then PB setting up beautifully with the 2 touches.
Good on PB as well for leaving the ball there and not going for like a side flip or something into it, not wanting to risk the potential of the ball to go out of the net.
Exactly.
Yeah. Like
And
we've
you know
seen
what?
players
He's
before.
on 96 points, right? And a lot of times we might say, oh, he's on 96 points. What's he doing? But we just know that PB is not a greedy player. That's why he goes to the double pass. That's why he doesn't try and make that goal himself. And he just sets up the team. He's just the absolute perfect player.
You PB's #1 biggest fan now, Yummy.
Always have. Ever since I've seen him join the RLCS scene, since his very first RLCS match, I've been a huge PB proponent.
I mean, if you had to pick between PB or the entire HSP roster, you can only support one. You can only favour one. What are you doing?
Ooh, could we have PB on a HSP? You know? let me cook a little bit.
That's
here.
Yummy's dream.
Look, you know what? PB's never let me down.
No, of course not.
HSP, I've seen them lose. You know, you can't be having that. So
You're
so
saying
we
they've
got
let you
PB.
down, Yummy? Lose or not, have they let you down?
Yeah,
Yummy, gotta have faith.
I do have faith in HSP. That's why I predicted them, and they lost. So
A great demo on the defenders there to secure that massive play coming out of the teams. Seeing the game equalised yet again. I feel like it's just 1 for 1. We keep seeing one goal out of one team, you know, reverse goal out of the other team, back and forth, and we're now 3-3.
it's a tied up game, and CX9. I didn't know what was going on. He looked very awkward in the back corner. Wasn't sure which way to go, and that means the pressure is still on here for the Fizz 6 defense. Up to Gaming Gamers to keep that ball pinned in as CX9 looks like he got the bump away on Zenulus. Now it's open. Crazy just needs to get that past him. Goes off to the side. There'll still be a shot. Oh, what have you done, Akame? Oh, Zenulus comes to save the day, but almost a disaster.
Oh, almost a disaster. Where was the power on that shot from Akame? Not only the miss from Crazy, but the Yummy, that could have been an easy goal. Zenulus having to step in there as the third man, push all the way up and make sure that went in is crazy.
Just our region, ladies and gentlemen. We just got to keep it close. They knew what they were doing. Setting up Zenulus for the third. And that's Gaming Gamers. Needing to hold on to a 1-goal lead now for 30 seconds. It's up to Fizz 6 to get to the other end. There's been a commitment. Akami in a 1v2. Zenulus is getting back to support him. Needs to get this touch as he does. Good clear out to save 10 seconds from the clock.
Seen worse tonight, Yummy, that's for sure. But Crazy going to center it, looking for Zen. Can't quite get it to him. Oh, sorry, looking for Akame. That was Akame who jumped. Can't quite get it over to him. CX9 kind of rolling the ball back to defense just then. A little bit dangerous. Crazy with the shot on net. Can't get it though. Akame going for a center. The ball's going to go back up the other end of the field though. Crazy dropping it down. Making sure Gaming Gamers take away this one.
Gaming Gamers on match point. Proof in the pudding that too many cooks do not spoil the broth. Maybe Fizz 6. They're there in the chat. Maybe it's time to hire a few more coaches in the 60 seconds that you have in this break.
That's the meta now, isn't it, Yummy? Stack up all the coaches like we were talking about earlier. 1 coach per player, maybe even 2 coaches per player. Really go crazy with it. But so long as it's not distracting and the coaches are all focusing on different things, I don't see an issue with it.
What the hell, Lumids? I thought you were a great org that supported your players and your teams, and you don't want to hire more coaches? Well, it's a bold strategy. Hasn't worked out for Fizz 6 so far, but maybe they know something that we don't. CX9 had a good game. I mean, he had a great game. Let's face it. He was great at both ends. But we need to see Tonio maybe step up. We need to see them get the ball over to PB because we know what he can do with it. He was kind of left as a one-man back, not with possession of the ball for most of that game.
I mean, CX9 did spend a lot of time in offense, so someone needed to be back. I think we saw 7 shots out of CX9 alone. So it really goes to show that they're pushing up a lot right now, really going on the offensive attack. trying to, I don't know, maybe they're trying to make Fizz6 awkward in defense. We've seen Fizz6 really awkward in defense the last couple of games, so maybe that's Gaming Gamer's tactic.
Gaming Gamers have been good at holding pressure, holding the ball in, rotating wide, and it's honestly maybe surprising for me because Akami in the past maybe has been more aggressive. I talked about it even just before. Crazy likes to be that first man on the ball. Zenulus, he's probably the player who's been able to institute that quite well here. And it's worked well against Fizz6, but it's still been quite close games.
Ooh!
They went off every single post. It went off the player 5 times, and it still counts as an own goal.
We've seen, how many own goals is that now tonight, Yummy? How many have we had? I feel like we've had more than...
At least 2.
Oh, I feel like we've had a handful more.
Well, that's still at least 2, am I wrong?
Oh, okay. Very funny. I think we could be a little bit more accurate than at least 2, but I'll give you that.
We won't mention that it was the man I called out crazy who I was like, oh, this guy's going to pop off, and then ends up kind of hitting a few too many times. Maybe some misfortune with where it bounces off the post and bar as well. But Fizz6 got the first goal once again. Tonio, you're a lot more confident, and you have to be when you're 2 games down and the reverse sweep is the only option. You kind of just got to come out and play confidently.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Fizz6 looking like a bull out of the gates at the moment, trying to put a lot of pressure on Gaming Gamers, but there's nothing you can do to stop Zen from scoring like that.
Love this from Zen. It's a very simple double, but executed exactly as he needed. Gets the ball further to the right, slow touch, so that he can also get around it for the follow-up. And Zenulus, when you talked about players being back, Zenulus is really showing his form. Hawk earlier showed his form. All these, players who are kind of gone out of the limelight a bit, starting to show up today.
I love that, Yummy. I feel like I mean, it's kind of typical OCE, not saying that these players have retired on and off necessarily, but we see a lot of players in the scene.
I call them like semi-retired because they've kind of just taken a step back,
Yeah. Well, I mean, either semi-retiring or fully retiring. We've seen a lot of those older players come back and really cause a bit of a stir. And I think that's really cool because it just goes to show that you've got no necessarily like one dominant set of players at the top. It changes around a lot, other than power kind of being that dominant force. There is a lot that can change.
Kind of cringe. They just make it boring when every single regional, that Power are going to win, and everybody's just playing for second place. Like, give somebody else a chance, Power.
Well, that was what was so exciting about last Swiss. That was not expected, but it was scary. It was exciting for the scene. It was exciting for all of these teams, and it wasn't like if you're expecting any team to take Power out, it would have been Pioneers, it would have been Chiefs. But Ground Zero took them out. We had Kid Gang that took them out first, and then Ground Zero just could not keep up. But they're back to their performance. We get another goal out of CX9 to bring Fizz6 back into the lead.
That was always going to be trouble. You saw Zenulus had very little boost at the back, was just collecting a couple of pads. 50 needed to be won, but CX9 absolutely blitzes it once again. I called out Tonio to be the player to watch, but this series has been very much about CX9 for Fizz6.
Absolutely.
And PB, of course.
Is it just CX9 making the difference, do you think, right now, Yummy, compared to last game?
Well, in the last game, CX9 was also on fire, but they just haven't conceded as many goals, so that's why they're still in the lead.
True. Just a matter of whether Fizz6 can hold this lead for the next 2 minutes. We've had a few high-scoring games, or high scoring than a lot of the games we've seen tonight. So Fizz6 really need to hold on to this lead right now and prevent Gaming Gamers, or prevent Zen, really, I'm going to say, from getting another goal.
Yeah, it's really interesting. We haven't seen Akami score that kind of solo play just yet. We know he's capable, and this might be his chance as PB gets up to the ball at the same time. Zenith. No, it's not going to happen. As crazy goes around. Tonio goes for the clear over the top. Zenulus gets across to it. Just to make sure this midfield line is held. It's been a real battle there as PB. He had no boost. He was trying to wall dash. Didn't quite execute it correctly, but I'll forgive it.
I mean, admittedly, when it comes to a team trying to hold the lead, my first thought is you got to just you got to park the bus, you got to just, play a little bit more passively, not push up as much. But realistically, I think that, we've seen Gaming Gamers' real threat being Zen tonight, so I feel like if Fizz6 want to hold on to this, they've got to shut Zen down early. They've got to almost target him right now and make sure he can't even begin to go up for a goal, let alone score anything.
Exactly. That's why parking the bus can be dangerous, because it sort of necessitates that you're not challenging the ball as early as you would maybe like. And if you give Zenulus room, it'll make a meal out of your defense. He off. Defense has been good here for the moment, but at the wrong end for Gaming Gamers. They need to get a chance at the blue net as the pass goes. No, he's dive across and fake out as well. It's up to Akami. Gets beaten to the ball. Crazy has no boost. Zenulus is behind him. This is the chance right here. Not the best first touch as he gets bumped away.
That's the target we need, though. That's the bump that needs to happen on Zen, but we've got just over 10 seconds left. Ball's going back down Tonio's end. CX9 managing to hold on to it. Going to take it to the corner. Look for a teammate. Maybe PB going to go for a shot on net. Giving Akame an open shot. Can't quite get there past Tonio. Nope. Fizz6 going to take a game now.
Couldn't find the power right at the end. So Fizz6 on the board. Some hope in chat. For the Fizz6 supporters, CX9 on a complete tear the last two games. Averaging, 600 points somewhat. But, overall, a really interesting game. Not a lot of shots, a lot more of a midfield fight than anything else.
Yeah, definitely not a lot of shots, not a lot of saves. We're seeing quite the battle in the midfield, I agree. No one really holding too much possession for too long, other than Zen taking the ball up into the air. Like we said, we haven't seen too much out of Akame either. Usually we would expect a few more of those solo mechie plays out of him as well. So, maybe that'll come out now. If Zen does get targeted, Akame is going to really need to step up and be that player.
We had one reverse sweep today. That was Chiefs managing the reverse sweep earlier on. Now will we see a second on the mainstream here on Fortress Global? It's up to Fizz6 to try and deliver it, but I think Gaming Gamers have kind of shown a couple of cracks that have been exploitable. CX9 has been able to do that so far. There's room, I'd say, for both teams to step up and take control of the game.
Definitely. I don't think either team are really playing at their absolute peak right now. I think we've seen better out of both. So it'd be interesting to see whether they can give it their all in this next game, or whether we're just going to have that kind of midfield fight again. I'm not too sure. But yeah, Gaming Gamers obviously wanting to run away with this one. Fizz6 not wanting to let them get away easy.
It's true. Once you get to that game 5 as the team on the getting reverse swept, it can be really dicey feeling. You're like, let this go. You can almost defeat yourself before it happens, as the defense just manages to hold on from Gaming Gamers of the defense.
We did see a shot out of PB, didn't quite get that on target, or didn't get it past the defense in time. Akame with the save as well. Crazy not getting the touch in the corner that he wanted, but nevertheless, the ball has bounced in a favourable way at least. Zen going to clear the ball upfield. Crazy can't be there to take the shot though.
Oh, good crossfield pass, and Crazy keeps himself available. I love that rotation out from the corner. He could have flipped out, but he saw Zen could provide the pass. Unfortunately, get it on. Zen goes for another worldie, but this time goes to the left.
Couple of misses, maybe a few more hours in the game recently would have secured that goal, but the ball's going to bounce down in front of net. No one there to take the shot though. Crazy taking the ball up into the air, going for some kind of mechie play, going for a double, can't quite get the ball down. We're going to see a shot from Akame as well though. Zen going to take the ball up again and go again. We're seeing a lot of offensive pressure out of the gamers right now, Yummy.
A lot of setups for Gaming Gamers, but so many of them close to the backboard where it's a little easier for Fizz6 to defend it. They need to get that ball a bit further away before they start that next attack, and fortunately for them, maybe that offensive pressure is over as the pass goes straight down, and it's a pre-flip shot from CX9.
None other than CX9, Yummy, here to save the day for Fizz6, keeping them alive, getting another goal. Really great pre-flip shot. We've got 3.5 minutes left. Gaming Gamers need to step up now.
And just think of the vision there from PB in his first ever RLCS main event. And he's getting passes like that. He knows that CX9 can get the pre-flip. He puts it perfectly in front of him. And if he hadn't put that pass right there in that more forward location, the defense would have met. It would have been a 50. So just a great team play all around.
Absolutely all about the pass, not as much about the shot. Perfect pass straight into CX9. Zen going to try and center the ball. Tonio, though, just managing to get it past Crazy. Kame manages to challenge. The ball's gone to the sidewall. Tonio going with a pass into center, though. Zen there to clear it.
And yeah, that's right, Nerve. I'm going to glaze all day on PB. Mate, this guy, sub, coming in. First RLCS main event, first time on stream. And putting in the work. Not looking a slouch, making Tonio look a fool sometimes. So, speaking of, Akami finds a gap between all three.
Great placement on that shot there. Good pass from Zen as well. Maybe was looking to go for the double, but, you know, you can see comms have come into play there, and he's said, I'm going to fake it, or I'm going to leave the ball, or something like that. And managed a little bit of a fake and an easy shot from his teammate.
Maybe the first goal of the series for Bakami, and maybe a start of something more as he's got the flip reset. No, he mustn't have got it. Ends up having to duck out and let his teammates come over as Crazy passes it up. Akami looks for the 50. Going to go around the corner as Zenulus has full boost, has the support of Crazy, just pinches it against the backboard. And once again, it's in that awkward position where Gaming Gamers has it so close to the backboard. This time, though, they get that little pinch out. And once again, Akami on the board.
Crazy has done very well there to keep control of the ball. Managed to block Tonio, sending the ball straight up, straight down to Akame. Easy shot on net, putting Gaming Gamers up by 1.
2-1 lead. They've been able to hold on to the leads through this series so far, but they need to get another goal to really make it comfortable as two people go flying past the old whifty in front of the net. No counter-attack, though.
No counter-attack just yet, but we are going to see another opportunity out of Gaming Gamers. Crazy trying to keep the ball alive now, but really no teammates there. They've pushed back to help out in defense.
An attempt coming out from CX9. He's got Tonio going for the bump, and Crazy had to jump early. Fortunately for him, it wasn't on target.
Yeah, really looking like it was going to be there for a second, Yummy, but they've managed to keep in the clear for now. Ame with a massive ball to the side. Zenulus going to go for the shot here, gets it on target. Gaming Gamers up 3-1.
Love that from Zen. Just goes in. He's originally thinking this is possibly going to be a 50, but sees that CX9 rotates too far into the corner, gets away from the ball, and he just takes a straight shot.
I mean, Formal and I were talking earlier about players going up for maybe slightly unnecessary shots. If there's an open goal, they go for something a little bit more mechy, just kind of show off a little bit when it's unnecessary. But I think that was a really good example of potentially an opportunity for that, but just a nice clean shot into net and just some very classic Rocket League.
Maybe some experience shining through for Zenulus. And also, we saw in the last series, Kib Gang in particular, a lot of their goals was just making sure that they were there on the ball, that they were giving themselves that chance, and then end up pacing somebody, like we see in this game as well. It gives you that opening net that you weren't expecting.
Maybe with a pass into center, but unfortunately it gets intercepted. Tonio going to take the ball around the world now. Trying to get past Crazy. Crazy there for the block, though. Tonio manages to 50 it past him. Gets the demo as well on Akame. Zen there to collect the ball, though.
20 seconds for Fizz 6 to keep their hopes alive, to go back-to-back into the top 8. Will Gaming Gamers find redemption as 15 seconds ticks by? A chance for Akame. Oh, that's the worst own goal since negative in the last series.
I mean, which one's worse? Pick one.
Well, this is a worse own goal. Just makes you want to vomit all over the pitch, and maybe that's what he slipped on. But in context, negatives was far, far worse.
Out of CX9 as well.
They'd already lost. They'd already lost at this point in time, and maybe they just wanted to give us a show. Thank you to Fizz 6. Always being good sports, but Gaming Gamers go through. They're in the top 8.
Wow. Still in the chat, a well played GG from CX9 goes to show that, manners and keeping your head in the game despite no goal. Like you said, Yummy, gaming gamers were already running away with the wins. It doesn't matter anyway, but nice to see.
It's great. What'd you think, Paul?
I mean,
series.
I'm a little sick of own goals, Yummy. I got my fill last time. They're still coming through. But no, gaming gamers, they put on a show. They kind of lived to their reputation of being that mechy squad, and they took advantage of, despite BB's best efforts, came out on top over a Physics team that wasn't playing their best. So gaming gamers are through, and we have our top 8.
So, just a quick question for you, the big sour enjoyer. Would it have gone better if sour was there? Would you have stuck with
I
your
think if
prediction?
sour's there, they go.
What the hell? Did you not watch PB? He's so good.
You know what? The sour's that much better, all right? Just like the sour cream you put on the HSP, it just makes everything taste better.
I'm not even gonna.
Not actually that. Sour cream's
I'm
pretty
zipping
good,
my mouth
but
on this one.
should be on the HSP, but you know what? It's good to see gamers come through because they were the team that we kind of expected would be at least fighting in top 8, and it didn't work out in the first event. And obviously they've hit the drawing board, had their 3 coaches write on 3 different whiteboards and figured it out over the last 2 weeks.
Yeah,
Glad it's paid off for them.
They put it together. It paid off, and now we get to see what those 3 coaches can do, with a timeout to work with Yummy. And, like, they now have that ability, so I'm kind of curious which one of them makes the call. Do they get 3 timeouts? Do they fight over it? Like, how does that dynamic come into play as we take a look sort of at our matches leading up?
I don't think it truly matters because they're up against Power, and we know what Power do in these brackets. They're going to be so hard to beat, but, we'll see if that happens.
Also, it's interesting to see ExoClan punching their ticket through, making it all the way. They started off today 0-2, so they kind of win 3 series in a row to get themselves up and in. So congrats to them. Granted, their reward is the Chiefs, but Morgie, what matchup grabs your eyes?
Definitely a bit of a surprise. I think, Normal asked me earlier, and I would have said absolutely Ground Zero Kid Gang is that game that I'm looking out for. But Kid Gang, with the performance we had out of them earlier, if they play like that tomorrow, then they're in trouble. But if they manage to play at their peak, if this is last fall, if this is 2 weeks ago Kid Gang, then I think that would be a really tight series.
Well, we know Ground Zero. They're great in Swiss. They got the Game 5 win over Kib Gang, which means that they're going to blast out in the playoffs and not do so well. At least that's what happened in the last time, though. That was, of course, against Power. ExoClan managed to do it over the Composure, by the way, which I'm sure makes you a little bit sad, Formal.
I mean, I guess they couldn't bounce back. They pulled a full sickie, couldn't bounce back.
Game
after
5, it was a Game 5, so it was obviously close, but yeah, not quite enough.
Oh, I really hope it didn't end with another Game 5 own goal. I really, that would be the back-to-back thing. But yeah, it's been another great day to start things off, Morgie. I mean, your second ever broadcast, kind of crazy to think about. How does this one compare to the first?
Oh, you can't compare to the first. You can't compare to Power finally being taken down by Kid Gang and Ground Zero. I think that was insane. And not to say that tonight wasn't fun, but how do you top that?
I think we need more Morgie cast because Morgie comes in, Power has problems. Morgie comes in today, it's an own goal fiesta. Like, Yummy, we need her around, like, on Saturday and Sunday as well.
Well, you said you had enough of the own goals, and now all of a sudden you want more. I guess that's fair enough. We'll get Morgie in tomorrow for your spot. That'll be good.
Well, CJ's the one who's not here, all right? CJ's the one who dipped early, I think. No, either way, yeah, it is going to be myself, Yummy, and CJ tomorrow. You saw the quarterfinal matches. They're going to be played. So we do look forward to seeing you tune in then. It's going to be another great regional. Thank you so much for watching along, and we'll see you tomorrow.